All right, cool. We're live on YouTube. Let me pop out that chat. It's too late to change your mind. All right. And yeah, sorry, YouTube. I've got the music muted just for the moment while this song finishes, and then we'll switch to some synthwave, and then you guys will have some music. All right, I like that song, but synthwave time. I can't tell if the music's just really quiet or if I need to... Okay, yeah. All right. Music's going good for YouTube now. Sweet. And yeah, let's get to what we're doing today. All right, so first, we got the JS code. We see what we're getting there. Let's look at our actions real quick. And I know those are failing. The elixir is failing. The basil is failing. Which basil tests are the issue here? All right, the rust. Oh, those are warnings. All right, here we go. The C# is failing. Okay, yep. So the Go code is working as expected, and the JavaScript code is working as expected. But our C# and our elixir are not. So here, we split the string into a character list. We run the binary XOR, or the bitwise XOR. Whatever, I forget, yeah. We're taking the thing that we accumulated, where we start off with the basis. We're XORing it against the character that we have. And then we're multiplying it by the prime value. And basically this total value is way off. Let's rerun that test real quick. And yeah, instead of true false for these, or I guess client test we don't care about, but for the hasher test. Oh, and yeah, we do that up here. I want to get rid of this part for now. And I want to see what values we're getting out of this. So number one, we see this total is a massive number. What? I've done something terribly wrong, I think. I don't know what yet, though. So for the 22 value, this one should be greater than the 0.4, and this one should be less. And 25 and 66 are not the values we expect, right? Value from our working seed should have been 19, and the value from our non-working seed should have been 94. So yeah, something is terribly wrong. Yeah, so the seeded result here is after we've done the, multiplying it by the seed. And after we do a truncation of getting rid of like everything after the decimal point, which there most likely is stuff there. So what I think I want to do is, because we're not following this exact pattern in either of our implementations, right? Because we basically just forked the growth book one. Ooh, and resonant frequency, are you still out there? I found something interesting about comparing like how we do our seeding differently. Figured you might be interested in that, but yeah, he may have left. Let me look at the Go code again. What up, Full Dev? How you doing? Yeah, in the Go code, we end up just doing, right, their built-in FNV1A. And yeah, let me check this. Yeah, so that doesn't help us. And our JavaScript is using Growthbook's algorithm with some modification. Where do I have that somewhere. It's fine. Let's go look at the Go implementation under the hood again. I think it's this right here. So in the way that the Go does it, we create a hash. And the hash starts with the offset 32, which we're using. And then from there, you write to the hash, and that would be the data that you're passing. It's turned into bytes already. As you range over it, right, you do the, oh, hold on, this is just sum 32, this is sum 32A, right? This is where you wait a minute. Okay, yeah. So they're basically turning the sum 32 into a uint 32. Takes in a uint 32. Wait, hold on. I'm not seeing this right. Oh, that's it. So yeah, right? They're basically just making it a uint 32. I'm not sure what Elixir is doing. Yeah, that might be it. Hey, how's it going, Space Case's son? How old is he? If you don't mind saying. 4? Aw, that's a good age. Well, hi. Right, so it's basically just converting to a uint 32. I believe there's some way of doing that. in Elixir, but I'm not familiar. But I think that's what we end up needing to do. Right? It's working with impossibly large numbers in the Elixir stuff, and I think we actually want to constrain it. Yeah. And hey, Maywake, what's up? Doing some Godot stuff. Nice. And yeah, I don't think I know your stream. So there we go. Now I'm following. Yeah, thank you for the raid. What are you up to? Tried to learn marching cubes for 3D rendering. I'm not even familiar with that. Marching cubes. It's an algorithm. Okay. Yeah, I'm completely unfamiliar with it. Oh, is it similar to like a voxel kind of approach? Oh, yep. And yeah, how you doing, Sergeant Pepper? Oh, so is the idea that, you know, because voxels are expensive, like rendering-wise, do you basically take something that might be a, like, just a polygonal, like, model, but then when you want to destruct it in some way, you transform it into voxels, do the deformation, and then transform it back to a model again? Is that, like, the implementation? Or, like, the common use case for this? Okay, so for you, it's to generate terrain from 3D noise. Okay. Because, yeah, like, you know, for some of, like, the destructible terrain type stuff, to maintain all of that as voxels all the time becomes extremely, like, expensive for rendering. When instead, if you can just voxelify, and I don't think that's a word, but, or voxify? I don't know. Voxelify something, or I guess it'd be voxelate, right? Like pixelate. If you can just voxelate the model, do it, and then turn it back into a model again. Okay. So for you, this is generating terrain from 3D noise. So that's for, like, procedural generation stuff, right? Cool. Okay, nice. Yeah, and do you have, like, a specific game that you're planning on making with that? Or did you just want to, like, toy around with the technique just to understand it and possibly use it in the future for something? Pour some more water real quick. Oh, yeah. You're trying to build a game, and it's a bit inspired by Minecraft and Valheim. Okay. Right, because I'm guessing Minecraft is randomized as far as, like, where things are, and it has to use some type of like procedural generation algorithm for that, right? Oh, interesting tufles. Okay, so I had it slightly wrong. Okay, but Valheim misses like mining and caves, right? That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah, it's almost similar to how like really Terraria is just 2D Minecraft at that point, right? And probably employs a lot of the same techniques. Yeah, super cool. I know, it's not quite the same, right? Because Terraria actually has, like, bosses and things like that, right? But yeah. And yeah, no worries, Maywake. Yep, have a good one. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, enjoy your Friday, enjoy your weekend. Well, I mean, Space Case. You can do the same thing in Minecraft too with red blocks or whatever they are, right? So yeah, as someone asked earlier, Elixir is doing big int intrinsically, which causes some of the grief that we're seeing right now. Here we see, yep, the C sharp FNB1A. $7 years ago, huh? So Apache 2 is allowable in commercial software, right? All right, so let's do this. We're just going to copy it for now, because I just want to see if it's accurate. So fnv1a dot hash Oh, syntax error, right. To do a modulo, we have to do kernel.rem. And yeah, so their code is old. So we're going to have to modify it no matter what. Oh, there's TLDR legal? Ooh, Danny boy, that seems cool. Yeah, let me look at that real quick. Permissive. No trademarks or liability. Can do commercial usage. Must include copyright license. State the changes. What does include notice? So yeah, I'm not sure where the notice file ends up living. I'll have to look at that. Oh. So those are warnings. Those should be okay. And that's right. Yeah, yeah. Oh, right. Let's just do the use bitwise again. Just want to see it work. Okay, cool. So now we can just do io.inspect. Or not. Oh, undefined function error, kernel.trunk. What version of Elixir are we on? .15. How is kernel.trunk not available? Oh, I see. Nope. That was it. Yeah. I was passing too many arguments. And yeah, so I messed that part up. We want to do this times 0.11. All right, and then the kernel.rem .971, which if we look at this is, oh, but we're doing the .11. Hold on. So if I do it by 3.2, we get the 19. Okay. And then if we do it by the 2.2, we should see the 94. Yep. Okay. So this library does exactly what we needed. It's Apache 2 licensed. We could just bring it in directly. As a dependency, we're good to go. But if we want to modify it, that becomes an issue. So I'm thinking, yeah, because we verified that it works. There's some deprecations in there. I'm going to call it good, though. What is it? Mix deps.add? I don't know. We can just edit this and then do deps.get. Oh. All right, so from there, we can actually gut most of this. I don't think we'll need the absolute result. We want to get rid of this, though. And then, yeah, that would be our usage of the FNB1A. So then it's just going to be, and we can just pipe all this. Yeah, no worries, Seb. Have a good one. All right, so we hash that. The seeded result ends up being... what is it? Kernel dot star kernel dot trunk RAM 1000 kernel dot that, and it's not seed, it's 1000. All right, so then this one is less than, actually, let's just see the results. The test will fail, but oh, yeah, wrong folder. So yeah, I did the mix steps get, and I didn't even look at the result. Yeah, we were in the wrong folder there. And here we see the 19 and the 943. Cool. Sweet. Let's get rid of that. And that does simplify what we're doing. All right, cool. So we got the elixir done. I think we're probably going to end up doing something similar for the C sharp. The C sharp's a little more annoying because I don't have a good environment set up for that. Let me check one thing for work. Oh, that's actually what I was looking for. Alright, so we can close the elixir. C sharp. All right, so here in the hasher. Not even sure we need this absolute value anymore, because we shouldn't be having that as a problem. So yeah, total starts out as the FNV 32 offset basis. Name can be simplified. I guess so. All right, well. Yep, so they turn it back into a uint. Uint is already 32 byte, or a 2-bit? Gotcha, that makes sense. Why is our test failing for it then? And that's right, we're using Bazel, so we could use Bazel to test it. So basilisk, test, clients, C sharp. No such target though, oof. What'd we call it? C sharp and unit test. Oh wait. Oh, it's lib test. And yeah, I'd say the weekend has started for me. I think we all know what that means. Friday. Yep. So wait, why do you want me to source my bash RC? I use Zish, by the way. Oh, is Nix gonna be the new, like, by the way? Right? Arch, by the way, Nix, by the way. Oh, you're just saying, like, the down here. Got it. That makes sense. It'd be fun if I actually had, like, a command for that, huh? No, that's fine. All right. So yeah, hold on. Let's look at this. I guess we could look at the test log. All right. So we're getting true and we're expecting true. We're getting a false. Yeah, that doesn't help us. Isn't it something like print line? How do we print in C#? Console.println? Right line. That sounds right. Yeah, that. Yep. There it is. Thank you. Thank you, Nirkand. Yeah. No. Yep, totally. I couldn't remember it either. So yeah, don't worry about that. That little guy? I wouldn't worry about that little guy. Yeah, how you doing, Solthoth? And what up, Moshika? We have to go through all of the SDKs. Console does not exist in current context. Oh, am I forgetting using? All right, there we go. So that test is failing. Vexilla, our feature flag tool. Ooh, we see 436 and 907, which is not correct. Well, shucks. Meaning like you're switching away from Rust? Okay. I'm curious about your reasoning. Oh, you're switching from Node. Okay. So we haven't changed pretty much anything in here. Let's just double check. Yeah, it still fails. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I just thought it was a weird way of saying like you're ditching Rust for C# or something. Right? Like scratching Rust, like, you know, like scratch that, like, you know, get rid of it kind of thing. So yeah, my bad. I just misunderstood. So if we look at what's going on in here again. All right, they're using uint. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is make sure that you're picking languages that you can actually get a job for, right? Learning a new one should be pretty easy, right? Once you learn more and more. It depends on where you live more than anything. Or, you know, if you have a good enough resume to get hired remotely. So I guess I'm curious why they turn it back into bytes. Yeah, and I don't think I actually want that. It depends on what you want to do. Oh, that's true. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a good catch. Oh, that's a really good catch. Great call. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that part. I've had other tests fail. Yeah, and there we go. Yeah, I want to double check that we're actually getting the right values out of this. I know how we can do that. Right, so these are going to fail. We might have a type issue. Nope, just a failing test. And we do see, yep, the 943, the 190. Perfect. All right, good to go. Oh, and I want to get rid of those logs. I don't think we needed the math.abs. And that means we also no longer need using system. Let's just double check it. Yep. I don't care about that part. Actually, hold on. No, that was correct. Yeah, good eye there, Danny boy. Appreciate that. And then FJack. I personally recommend a language where you don't need to worry about setting up a compiler or any of that stuff, which is why we tend to recommend FreeCodeCamp. Once you've gotten free code camp stuff out of the way and you've learned some JavaScript, maybe fiddled with Python, the effort of setting up a compiler is less daunting. All right, so now onto the Kotlin. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, twofolds, right? Like, it sounds to me like they're trying to self-teach, and I don't think C is the right move. I think the biggest thing is there's some like survivor bias because you made it happen, so it must be good enough, right? But, and I'm not saying you're saying that, but other people have definitely said it that way. I just think the less hurdles to jump or roadblocks to get through or whatever when getting started with programming, the more you have a chance of actually getting through to the harder parts. If just getting started is one of the hard parts, that can be an issue. So Space Case, what I'm getting at is that is the mentality of a lot of universities, etc. And it's almost like it's like a gatekeeping kind of thing. It's like, yeah, you know, you do this part and we weed out the people that don't want to like put in the effort, basically. And it works for universities that charge a shitload of money, but that's a terrible way to self-teach. Or to teach, like, you know, like, yeah, I think that process of doing the hard part first ends up being a filter where the people that don't want to do the hard part first end up just bouncing, which is why the graduation rates for computer science in general are really low compared to the people that start out learning those things. I think universities really mess this up. Yeah, I think that's not the way. I think it's actually hugely detrimental. Yeah, I get it, Space Case. But what I'm getting at is that is extremely anecdotal. When instead, when we look at actual like success rates, picking an easier language first has better success, right? For like universities in general. So Moshiko, I would say Python can be a good first start, except that setting up your environment is effort. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. I'm just making sure I'm like reiterating these things for everyone else too. Ace, I disagree. How many people would actually make fantastic doctors if they didn't get filtered out sooner? Right? Get them interested, get them through in like doing some of the fun stuff. And then, yeah, right? Organic chemistry will be necessary. But by doing that as the first thing or whatever, no, there are plenty of people that complain about that. Graduation rates are not great because of things like that. Ace, we're not talking about passing it. We're talking about it being one of the first things you do. Right? I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying when you do it is the important part. You need incremental progress. The filters and the gatekeeping are actually a huge problem in all sorts of industries. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Ace. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying don't start with it. And for that same reason, I don't necessarily recommend Python either, because Python's environment setup stuff is going to turn people off. People that probably don't know the command line that well. Yeah, right? Like schools using math or just harder courses as a filter. It's a really bad move for them. Even from just a bottom line business perspective. They can actually make more money by having these students in their classes longer. By filtering them out, they're actually just bad business. So Space Case, what I'm getting at instead is start with something easy like JavaScript to learn logic, because logic is portable. I don't care what you want to do by the end of it, really. You need something that gets you productive first. Right? For people that don't know the command line, why would you force them to learn the hardest thing possible and set up environments and all that, right? The quicker you get them wins, the more likely they are to succeed. I, personally, delayed myself in programming for a long time because my mom, bless her heart, bought an XML book from Microsoft because she got it as a discount because she was a contractor at the time. Right? She got it super cheap, probably even free. And she gave me this book, thick book on XML. And I started reading it thinking this is programming. None of it made any sense to me. It wasn't realistic. Right? Like, it was a terrible thing. And it actually turned me off of programming for a long time. It wasn't until making websites and using Flash to do like interactive website stuff that I actually started messing with logic and stuff. Yeah, no, I love my mom. Yeah. Mastered XML? No, nobody needs to master XML. I know enough about XML to use it when I need to, which is very rarely. Don't waste time memorizing something you can easily look up. Mastered XML? Hell no. Hell no. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I wasn't sure. Just in the future, Moshiko, when you're joking, if you do a kappa, that's like the Twitch universal equivalent of like a /s for sarcasm. If you do the kappa face, it's pretty much obvious that you're joking. Otherwise, it's impossible to know. There you go, Yeno. Yeah, for sure. It'll help you across all, so that one, Moshiko, I think is actually less so. The kappa is, more obvious for that, right? Especially for sarcasm, etc. That one can actually seem like a passive-aggressive laugh. I've seen that one used in I can't believe you didn't know that type contexts. So that one's actually dangerous. In the same way that the winking smiley face can be dangerous in some context. Yeah, and keep in mind, this is just an opinion, so I could be wrong. You guys can disagree. It's not going to offend me. But my fundamental, theory about learning programming is you need people to be able to see results as quick as possible. And a hello world doesn't help anybody see a result. But learning some HTML and seeing something pop into life right there in your browser without so much as anything. It just loads in a browser if you edit an HTML file. That is extremely accessible. You see something immediately. In my opinion, you need people to see visual results and fast iteration as quickly as possible, or they give up on programming. Hello World doesn't help anybody. Right? Stuff in the command line doesn't help anybody. Yeah, right? Because once you've got the front end, you need to tie it to something, and then the back end, or, CLI style stuff makes sense. It's how you get data to this other thing, right? So it's all about just like the incremental process rather than dive in head first, Let people dip their toes in. Let them wade in step by step into the water using the steps instead of making them dive. Yeah, that's fine, right? What I'm getting at is the first language you learn is usually not going to be the language that you're going to use forever. It's just the thing you needed to do to get you to where you are now. Right? When people ask, what language should I learn? They have the wrong mentality already, in my opinion. Because they're treating it like, I'm going to learn this skill and that's all I need. Nah, not at all. For the most part, your goal is to learn how to learn, not learn a language. As you learn more languages, you realize that it becomes easier and easier to learn more languages, and then you can do anything you want. Right? As a person who's dealing with 10 different languages right now, Does it mean I'm an expert with any of them? No. But I understand logic. Syntax is just the format for that logic. And that's fine, Solthoth. All I'm getting at is just because it worked for you doesn't mean it works for everybody. And that type of confirmation and survivor bias is really hard to get around. Ooh, so I want to say this real quick too, Ace. I was really good at math as a kid. I taught myself multiplication. I taught myself reducing fractions. Right? Before we learned any of that shit in school, I basically just figured it out. I still had no care for a Hello World program. It doesn't mean anything to me. It didn't do anything. It doesn't show anything. Right? There's no value to it. No, and I get that, Ace, but I'm actually this is where my survivorship bias and my confirmation bias is kicking in. I actually needed something visual for programming to make sense to me. I think the biggest thing is I'm a pragmatist, right? There's nothing pragmatic about a Hello World program. There's zero value in that, I want to do something. So, right, the quickest way to do something is to make something visual happen. But I also recognize that I have a bias because I came up in the GeoCities era of things. Yeah, we're drinking whiskey. It's Friday, isn't it? Right? So because I grew up in the GeoCities era, I was already like pushed towards like HTML a little bit. Because I came up in the MySpace era. I learned CSS that way. Then I read an XML book and didn't touch that shit for years. Until finally, I wanted to make a website for something. Ooh, so there's a big difference there, Space Case. I maintain mental models fairly well, but that means I'm actually bad at diagramming. Right? Like, as I learn about a code base, intuitively, there's some map in my head. I'm not, like, literally visualizing it, but I've got some type of, like, connectivity of all the things and all the parts and all the pieces. However, if you were to have me draw a diagram of those things, I don't know. It's there, right? Just read the code, you know? So I have a hard time, like, doing diagrams. Because I make a good mental map fairly easily. That mental map is actually ephemeral and not strictly visual. No, and I get that, Space Case. Yeah, yeah, sharing the mental map is, I think, one of the hardest things for me. Yeah, it's weird. It seems like it comes really naturally to some people. I don't know. Oh, you like that one, Vaders? Yeah, it was fun. I stayed up till like 4 or 5 a.m. last night finishing it up. Yeah, drawing those kind of diagrams was rarely part of my job description, but at the life insurance company I worked at, I actually needed to do a bunch of that, and I had to like write up design docs and all sorts of stuff. It was actually kind of cool. I'm glad they like forced me into that part, because yeah, like I typically don't do that on my own projects. It was funny though, like I needed to make a like a design doc comparing and contrasting React versus Angular. And basically my boss was like, we want to use Angular, so keep that in mind as you're writing this doc. So that was fun. So basically I had to write a doc with a very obvious bias to it. I think we would have had an easier time hiring people if we had done React, though. Yeah, oh, so hold on. Is the audio clipping on YouTube, too? It is, huh? Okay, yeah, let me turn that down a bit. You're right, you're right. Yeah, it's probably, like, way too loud, even. Sorry, Cake. Is that better? Nah, I noticed I was clipping over here, and I brought it down, but they actually have separate, like, audio meters. So, thank you for the feedback. Hey, awesome, Space Case. I'm happy for you. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Ooh, so yeah, you're doing like architecture stuff. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, I've never had to do like architecture diagrams for an interview before. Nice, Space Case. Hell yeah. Alright. Just had to double check something there. Double check a work thing elsewhere. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Yep. And buy Space Cases, son. All right. So yeah, back to what we're building. This is some Kotlin code. And yeah, the way we're doing this is no good. What we want to do is maybe grab some stuff from here. Is this actually valid Kotlin? Really? Nah, I don't know if it is. Yeah, I don't think this is. Yeah, I don't think that's valid Kotlin. We do have the Kotlin language server going. Yeah, let me look at some syntax. Wait, does it? I don't think the uint was right. Oh, it does not look correct. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah, Kotlin, private const, uint. I was hoping they'd have an example. Let me just look at one of our other Kotlin files here, because I know we got props to find somewhere. Ah, so we'd want to do var. And we wouldn't need const. And the type is a colon after. That's it. What do we do Kotlin uints? That's a good place to check it, yeah. Oh, it does look like uint is available. Interesting they did it backwards. And I don't think this is right at all. It is Zor. Oh. Now hold on. I haven't seen Ryan Carniato streaming for a long time. Cool. Fair bit of people streaming today. Forget how we test these things locally. Oh, I think I was using IntelliJ, right? Yep. Was it /Gradle W test? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I think we are using Gradle too. Oh, I see Thomas Middleditch is streaming some Star Citizen. Ooh, I haven't played any of that. Does it? Yeah, my 1080 would probably not do that well. You gotta put U at the end? Interesting. Oh, do I need to just do 2 double? Yes. So that part's no good, though. Oh, and hold on. $3080 or $3090? Yeah, I'm on a 1080. There's no way to just crank the performance down? Ah. Oh, use char.code. Oh. Oh, I mean, no, I'll just give it a shot. Like, I'm not too worried. I'm not gonna, like, update the hardware or anything. If it doesn't run, it doesn't run. If he dies, he dies. Right? Like, you know. Pretty sure I've run it before. Free fly? No, so I paid for it. Yeah, I got in on like the Kickstarter way back in the day. Like I already have a ship and everything. I do remember running it at some point too. Yeah, I mean, I liked the idea of it. So yeah, I bought in like way early. Just for like the $60 ship or whatever. I'm sure it's like a worthless ship at this point. But at least it's old, so like maybe you know, maybe there's some value from that. I don't know. Yeah, I just really liked the idea of it. Yeah, exactly, and I'm not gonna do that. I think that defeats the purpose, to me personally. But let's try it. Will it blend? Yeah, eventually it'll blend. Right, so we have 2 failing tests. Should hash a flow? Yeah. And then, yeah, under threshold. What's up, Diego? How you doing? Like a glove. All right, we're gonna call the Kotlin good. All right, so what's after the Kotlin? OCaml. OCaml. camel. Oh, camel. All right, this will be fun. No, it's a fairly obscure language. The only reason we have an OCaml client is because it was a good way to do some collaboration with Dylan Mulroy, or DM Mulroy, here on Twitch. Super cool dude. It was really fun that, you know, he jumped in and helped us build an SDK. I think probably the most famous thing you might understand OCaml for is that, and you might not, like, be aware of it, but now you are, it was the original language that the Rust compiler was written in. Before the Rust compiler was written in Rust. It's a garbage collected language instead of, you know, like a statically allocated language. I don't know if that's the right way to phrase that. But yeah, it's got a lot of like really like functionally focused things, but it's like, because it's an ML language, it's like a meta language kind of language. So it's actually really like, it's got a really strong type system. Diffie-Hellman or something like that. No, I'm mixing that up. Diffie-Hellman is key exchange. I mix this up every time. Every time. Diffie-Hellman is elliptic cryptography. So instead, Hindley-Milner. That's it. So the Hindley-Milner type system is what OCaml uses. And it's a very strong type system. It means that a lot of things are inferable. So you don't need to explicitly type every little thing. All of them. Every single one. Right? When you close a tab, I save it. Right? You know how Thor has like the sanctuary for ferrets? I have a sanctuary for tabs. That's a tweet. I think that was a solid tweet. I'm proud of it. I wish I could get rid of this overlay, though. Oh, now there's two of them. What the fuck? Totally stable software, guys. Oh, hold on. I got a DM I might need to reply to. Hold on, let me just reply to a coworker. All right, sorry, just want to do that. Wait, was I not getting redirected? I don't know why it's not redirecting me. Yeah, both, like, yeah, even over here on my dev machine, it's still twitter.com. Yeah, I thought they changed it too. But whenever there's a problem, it's always DNS. It's always DNS. All right, anyway, just wanted to reply out to a coworker there. You're not getting redirected. Yeah, it's always DNS. Those times that it didn't seem to be DNS, the DNS was calling from inside the house. Yeah, I just think it's just a really like poor move on Elon's part. Twitter was already genericized. It was like Band-Aid. It was like Kleenex, you know? How many people say tissue? No, people say Kleenex. Well, let me go grab a Kleenex to blow my nose. It might not be a Kleenex brand Kleenex, but people still use the term. When people say, I'm going to search for something on the internet, they just say Google it. Right? When you have a properly genericized brand name, you hold on to that for dear life. And Elon just shat the bed. But that's an old argument. Who cares? Whatever. Let me close some of these tabs, though. Only some of them. Yeah. Yeah, it is fully genericized. I just wonder, does he have enough people in his life that tell him no? Or is he just surrounded by yes men? Yes people, I'm sorry. I really do think he's suffering from surrounding himself with sycophants. Or no one at all. Hold on. Oh wait, hold on. It's CSI. All right, this tweet's solid. I stand by it. I'm gonna exit. Yeah, cool. You can leave, man. You didn't have to announce it. It's a weird way to say later, but okay. That was always allowed. But yeah, hold on. I'm really proud of this this reply tweet. $125 for 38 million impressions is highway robbery. Would you say it's impressive? Glasses on. Yeah, for sure. Wow! Right? Theme song starts playing. Oh, so Amatocino is like a self-professed shitposter, right? He posts a lot of memes, etc. So it's like, you know, people seeing his tweets. So let me just point out. I don't know if you see these things when... Yeah, you definitely see when other people's tweets have that, right? So this number right here, those views are the impressions. Yeah. It was on Twitter specifically. Yeah, so if you didn't know, if you get, I forget the number, like 3 million impressions a month for 2 months in a row or something like that, you can actually get monetized on Twitter. You have to have a blue check for it, but you can actually make money from shitposting, and that's why you see so much engagement bait. There are people making a living on just posting shit memes, you know? It's becoming Facebook, right? And I just mean, like, the quality of tweets are being diluted with engagement bait in a similar way that Twitter is just shit memes and old people, right? Not Twitter, sorry, Facebook. It is a thing that he introduced, yeah, exactly. It is interesting, though, because it's a way of actually giving back to the people that keep people on the platform. So I actually think it's kind of smart. But it does incentivize shitposting. Good shitposting is an art, absolutely. I'm talking about, like, the low-effort, like, animal memes. You know? Right? The GIFs that have been posted 20 times, 20 million times, you know? But I'll post them again because it's been 3 months and I might get some good views. Basically the same way Trash Dev got famous. Just taking memes from Reddit and posting them to Twitter. Boom. Nailed it. You can actually make I don't know about a shitload of money, but you can make money on Twitter from just doing that. It's not even follow Space Case because the feed is such garbage. So that stuff will pop up no matter what. Yeah, the For You tab is not for me. You know, like it's the worst. But I still use it, so whatever. Yeah, you don't doom scroll enough. Yeah, that would explain it. And I think you're better for it, so yeah. I'm jealous. See, I got the issue. I'll doom scroll Twitter, and when I'm finally like, all right, I'm done doom scrolling Twitter, I pop open a Reddit tab. That's a terrible idea. that's like the worst idea you could make. Oh, that's a terrible idea. I wouldn't recommend it. Ooh, Surly, that's not a bad idea. That's a solid approach. I like that, yeah. Oh, and Dustbird, thank you for the follow. My bad. Yeah, no, that's smart, Space Case. Yeah, I was actually like not much on social media for a long time, but I still did like the Reddit doom scroll and like before Reddit like Slashdot. I did a bunch of that. Even after I had like I quit Facebook when it IPO'd, you know? I like to say that it's because, you know, they were IPOing and I knew, like, that I just didn't want to trust them with my data. But it was also, like, no, I had an unhealthy thing about, like, you know, just, like, lurking other people's, like, accounts and, like, what they were doing. And it made me feel worse about what I was doing because their life seemed so much more fun or something. Yeah, Facebook made that type of, like, problem for me. So I just had to, like, get out of it. Ooh, that's rough, Space Case. But also, I don't know what your timing was like for that. it's a little weird to use social media to say I'm leaving social media, you know? So yeah, like, depending on the timing for it, you may have been victim to the fact that people were burned on people saying those things. No, and I get that. I think that makes sense. But if you weren't, like, in the early days of, like, people quitting social media, at some point, like, when someone does that, you don't engage with it. Like, it's just kind of the thing. Right? Like, it's not an Irish goodbye if you announce that you're doing an Irish goodbye. Like, it's not the same thing, but, like, it's similar, you know? So at that point, it doesn't feel genuine. Oh, really? Hold on. There's a Letterkenny episode you definitely need to watch. Irish goodbye is basically when you leave a party without saying so to anybody. Right? You just vanish. Right? So the Irish goodbye is someone who leaves a party without saying goodbye to anyone. Irish exit, French exit, Dutch exit. Very similar, right? It's actually my favorite way of leaving a party because, like, if you want to leave, the moment you announce that you're leaving, there's going to be people that try and convince you to stay. And due to etiquette and not wanting to upset friends, you end up staying when you already wanted to leave, and then you have just a worse time because of it. So yeah, I've actually been like an Irish goodbyer for a long time before I even understood or knew the term. Now, there's a Letterkenny episode where they talk about the Irish goodbye, and then they mention a whole bunch of others, and like they start like, I don't know if you've ever seen Letterkenny, they really like wordplay. So I think they made most of these things up. But then my favorite one is the Tokyo Sayonara, where you only say goodbye to the cat. That's my favorite one. Right? And in that episode, the reverend or the preacher or whatever he is, he's sitting there hanging out with a bunch of people who are trying to initiate an orgy, basically, because they're swingers. And he's like, oh, well, I'm out of here. Where is that kitty? Right? Because he wants to do the Tokyo Sayonara. He's looking for the cat to say goodbye to the cat. Where is that kitty? Exactly, Sad. So yeah, that episode of Letterkenny I think is one of the best. Just because of like the new terminology. The only one I remember is the Tokyo Sayonara, but they have a whole bunch of other ones too. Where it's like, the something goodbye, or like, they use a different word for goodbye for it. But yeah, I really like the wordplay in Letterkenny. I think that's one of the best things. Now, where is that kitty? What's up, Redux Saga? We were just talking about a Letterkenny episode that had the Irish goodbye and the Tokyo Sayonara, and we were wondering what you thunk about it. Boom! That's a good pun right there. That's some, like, deep lore React-wise. I'm really proud of that. Some people probably will not get that joke, and I'm okay with it. I'll clue people in. I don't want people feeling left out. Redux sagas are a way to make Redux state management work with asynchronous, actions, right? So back in the day, using Redux, without Redux sagas, there was a way of using a thunk, or there was also just like multiple actions you could have to interact with the Redux store. I forget thunks. I don't remember actually using them myself, but it was like an early part of the like Redux and just state management era, right? So basically, one way you could do asynchronous stuff with Redux is you would have two actions. One was creating the action, right? Starting off the asynchronous event. And then the next action was the resolution of the asynchronous event. Because Redux itself is inherently, what's the term I'm looking for? Synchronous, right? So because of that, you needed extra things or, just like different patterns to handle asynchronous events. And yeah, Redux Saga is one of the most popular, and I think, if you're using Redux and you want to do async stuff, I think sagas are probably the best way to go. Thunks were another way, and I can't remember how thunks work because it's been a long time. But then also you could just do like two events for the start and the end. Nowadays, I'll just use Yotai. Maybe Zustand. Hey-o! Hold up. Let me read this. Let me read this real quick. So you'd always do that to your cat. She would typically come and sit on the stairs when you were prepping in the hall to leave. You'd always walk up, stroke her, and say bye. Aww. Redux Toolkit makes that stuff easier for sure. Yeah. I always forget about Redux Toolkit. I don't think I've ever used it. But hold on. Yeah, let me read your thing. Your CTO doesn't want a web framework. He wants a native PHP, native JS, and jQuery like he wanted it to be stripped. Any opinion about this? Not using framework, but this is a complex project. So something you may have heard somewhat recently about is the idea of live view or live wire, or there's a whole bunch of different names for it. Oh, really, Seb? Oh, that's cute. So basically, it's similar to like Blazor, etc. But yeah, like Elixir live wire? It's live view. Live view. That's it. Yeah, Phoenix live view. That's it. Not Elixir specifically. So what you're talking about is it a PHP live wire? Laravel live wire. So this is a way of wiring things up in a reactive way from your PHP code. This might be something that your boss is looking for. I personally disagree. I don't ever want my back end rendering templates, etc. Right? I think that, personally violates separation of concerns. I want a canonical API, and I want a thing to consume it. That means that your canonical API is scalable horizontally for only the API things it needs to do, and if your front end needs to scale differently, That's a separate scaling concern. If you're building a dashboard application, you don't even need to worry about scaling it. It's just a static asset. Sent out to your CDN and downloaded to the user's machine. Scalability is no longer a problem, right? That is like the most scalable thing you could ever do. Just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript on a CDN. So if, like, I don't know what type of application you're trying to build, Redux Saga. I think that is more important and probably the way to argue your point, or at least understand if it's worth arguing your point. So what type of application? And yeah, we can get back to the OCaml, but I do need to use the restroom real quick. BRB, I gotta pee. Oh, so he doesn't like frameworks whatsoever, so he wouldn't even be stoked on the Livewire approach. So I can understand that. I think still, like, what is the type of project, though, right? Is it a dashboard application? Do you need SEO, right? Things like that. What I would also try and push back on that is a little separate from that is he needs to consider the lottery factor or the bus factor. If the person that builds up these things without a framework leaves, how easy is it going to be for someone else to jump in and use them? And that's what frameworks are for. Frameworks give you patterns for a new developer to jump in and understand what's going on. Otherwise, you're going to have to do a lot of effort with onboarding docs and things like that. So again, Redux, right? Inventory project. But this is the thing. So it's with sales, purchase, sure. What I'm getting at is, do you need SEO? Is it something the web and Google need to crawl, or is it internal? Do you need Google to be able to see this thing, or is Google not a concern? That's a really important aspect of this. It's internal. Okay. So here's my recommendation. Is he proposing an entire rewrite of everything? Because if so, that's a terrible fucking idea. Instead, could you take the Laravel thing as it exists and just make it an API? And then from there, you can have your HTML, JS, whatever bullshit. Just consume that API. By decoupling those things, it means that once you've established the API contract between them, you can individually rewrite each one to whatever. And then, yeah, once this CTO is either gone or he's the only one left to maintain it because nobody wants to work on that shit, he can make those decisions separately. But I think the goal is establish a fundamental separation between API and front end. At that point, API is just spitting out JSON. You can take the existing Laravel you have and repurpose it very easily instead of rewriting the whole thing. You establish an open API specification for it, and then from there, the front end can be written in anything. And because the front end is just going to be static HTML, JS, and CSS, it is incredibly easy to scale and deal with any of that bullshit, right? So that is my recommended approach. You don't need something like Next.js. You don't even need React, but man, I would say something that helps you manage the life cycle and like updates to your front end and how things change as data is fetched behind the scenes and blah blah blah, right? Dealing with authentication if you have to do it, any of that shit. A framework is gonna be a better option. Just, you know, you can do it lighter weight than mixing these things together. And realistically, once he realizes it's a bad idea to completely ditch frameworks, you're only rewriting a portion of things rather than the entire thing. I would definitely try and push it as an incremental thing rather than like a giant rewrite. Hold on, here's the next question. You said it's an existing project, right? So yeah, I would massively push back against a total rewrite. That sounds like a terrible idea to me. Instead, try and repurpose the existing Laravel into a proper REST API, or REST-like API. And then from there, whatever the front end is written in, the back end doesn't give a shit. That is my favorite paradigm for internal tools, dashboards, right? Things that are like gated behind a login, any of that stuff. Stuff that Google will never see. Yeah, man. Just have an API in your front end. Done. So yeah, just in case you've never seen it, you're not aware, Open API. What you want to do is push towards a proper Open API definition, right? Once you have that, the front end and back end can do anything they want as long as they maintain the contract of what the Open API spec says. Establishing that contract is actually your number one priority. And I mean contract. So even then, Space Case, what I'm getting at is, if you have those concerns, still, the separation of back-end to front-end is fundamentally important because it's just an Open API spec between them, and you can decide to not have dependencies. That's fine. What I would get at is something that needs to worry about security. I would trust a framework that has been vetted by thousands of people way more than I'd trust some ad hoc solution created by one person. Every single time. But yes, I think as far as the incremental approach goes, establish an Open API specification that your front end and back end absolutely adhere to. There's no room for, well, okay, it turns out we changed it. No, it's a contract. And I think that's the best way of thinking about Open API specs. It is a contract between your front end and back end, and you don't break a contract without major repercussions. Right? Treat it as a legal binding between these two things. At that point, yeah, it's totally fine. You can go no framework for either one as long as the contract is adhered to. Double checking work. I think it's late enough on a Friday that we're not going to see any other work messages, so I think we're good. Now we need to go back and look at what we're talking about here. All right, and this is where my knowledge of OCaml is going to screw me. And when I say knowledge of OCaml, I mean lack thereof. So let's just say let FNB offset basis let me just grab these just for reference. Oh, and let's do 32, just to be explicit. Unbound constructor. Well, I think I already fucked up. OCaml const. we actually have to expose it as a function? Oh, do we just have to use the word constant instead? And yeah, how's people over on YouTube and Twitter doing? Just in case you're watching, what are you up to? Don't constructors start with an uppercase letter? So here's the thing, right? Like, this is OCaml. OCaml is like the honey badger. It don't give a shit. I don't even think the idea of a constructor exists. I think we end up needing to do something. Oh, it's Val. I think it's Val. Let is for functions, I guess, right? No? Only allowed in. Oh my god. I hate it so much. Let is for values? Functions are values. Oh, right. First class functions. Ooh, good call. Ooh, Coda Blue? So Redux Saga, I get that. What I would say though, for your first step, is establish an open API spec. That's the way that you make sure you don't break things when doing one side or the other. Establish an open API specification, and you can generate types for both sides. You can do all sorts of stuff from that. And you make sure that you never vary from it. If you're unfamiliar with OpenAPI, this is a fantastic learning opportunity for you. You may have heard the term Swagger before. Swagger is the old name, OpenAPI is the new name. So you're learning OCaml. How would I define some global constants? Global variables in OCaml. Oh, hold on. I'm wondering, are they just complaining that my unbound constructor... I'm wondering if maybe I should not be doing the equal? Nope, that isn't it. Wait, is it really a capitalization-based language? Is that really required by the language? Or is that just a convention? For something like a constant, I would actually prefer to capitalize it. See, this is where we need DL Mulroy, man. Right. They're immutable. Right. Yeah, I get that. Totally makes sense. Yeah, totally. Okay. Wow, you're right. It is a capitalization-based thing. I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. Wow, I hate that so much. I hate that so much. Yeah, dude. What the fuck? I hate that so much. OCaml is not recent. That's the thing there, Four Wheel. OCaml is older than many things. So yeah, right? This is one of the problems OCaml has with adoption. Having opinions like that. Whatever, it's fine. It is showing its age. Absolutely. Right, so let hash fold left. I do think we want to do something like this. Fun ack byte. Let's see what they're doing there. So after this part, this is where we end up wanting to pass FNB 32 offset basis. I don't think we want the bytes part. Wait, were you just like scrolling shorts and you saw this one? Wow, is the quality that bad for everyone, or do I have this set wrong? I think it's because I have my YouTube quality set to like 480p. Yeah, no worries there. Yeah, no worries, Stuttgart. Makumer, are you trolling? It does seem like you're trolling. Thank you for the follow, but it does actually kind of seem like you're trolling. Hey, Ida Valen, we haven't seen you in ages, man. How you been? Dude, yeah, I haven't seen you in forever. What are you up to? Yeah, Makumer, I would say, could you give us a little more context around that initially seemingly trolly statement you made? It does seem a bit rude, if I'm being honest. So you've been heads down on some stuff and life and all that. How are things here? Doing well. Ooh, and Alan, hold on. What part of the country are you at? Like, don't be too specific. I'm just curious. Because if I end up making it out to a conference around your neck of the woods, I definitely want to try and hang out. You are Florida man. Oh, so you're over in Florida. Okay. But, like, if I had gone to React Miami, is that, like, far from you? Like, you don't need to disclose the city. Totally up to you. I don't want to dox you. That's all. If I go to React Miami next year, could we hang out? Or do I need to do, like, React Jacksonville instead? Which I don't think is the thing. Yeah, okay, so you're north. Yep, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I actually remember living in Jacksonville at one point. And part of that is, I believe I am the snowbringer. Because when we were leaving Texas at one point to move to New York, it snowed. When we lived in Florida, it snowed. I have not seen any of that, Makumer, but come on. That's a little, like, not quite the vibe we're looking for. I have not seen any of that stuff, though. I did see, like, the glue thing, right? I'm not sure the glue thing is actually real because I at least saw, like, Kylie Robinson point out that, yeah, like, dev tools exist. That might have just been someone, like, hacking at it. So, Redux Saga. What I would say is look at lit HTML or stencil is another thing. These are still frameworks, but they're ways of building web components, right? Like native, real web components. So I would say, see if your CTO is okay with lit HTML for generating actual like web components that are like reusable, because it will make like building out the UI easier. And I think it's better than just the pure jQuery. And really, like, web components are native, but lit HTML and stencil.js make them easier to deal with. If not, then you need to just look at web components directly, and that's how you might want to build out the UI. What's up, Tryon? How you doing? So yeah, if you're not allowed to use stencil or some other thing that generates truly pure web components, but using something that's a little nicer for it, then you're gonna go down the rabbit hole of how web components aren't that great to work with, but they're still better than nothing. Right? You get encapsulated styles, you get, you know, shadow DOM and all that stuff, right? And those are web native things, right? That's like vanilla. No framework involved, but having a framework to build those out is still really useful. There is a learning curve. Yeah, web components suck if you're doing them purely vanilla, especially if you're having to deal with like tree shaking and only loading what you needed per page, right? Like per route bundling sucks with web components unless you use a framework like stencil or lit HTML. And framework is like the lightest way of phrasing that. It's more like just a build tool at that point. So if you phrase it as a build tool, you might be able to sell the CTO on it better. Weeb. What we're working on right now is trying to write what we have here as a FNV1A algorithm in C# and JavaScript, and what are the other languages so far? Elixir, Go. I think there's one more we've done. Basically, we have 10 SDKs. And those 10 SDKs are using a custom hashing algorithm. That custom hashing algorithm does not have a good distribution for certain data types. And we are replacing that to make it just better for our users. Because of that, we are using FNV1A as the algorithm, but we need to rewrite that algorithm in various other languages, and OCaml is the language we're doing that in right now. But we're also letting ourselves get distracted because it's a good old fun Friday. That's fine, we touch all of that stuff. This is a feature flag platform and SDK tool set. So we might see languages you're familiar with. We've already done the JS though. So I think in this OCaml code, though, Hold on. Sorry there, weeb. Oh, that string concatenation? Oh. Yeah, I need to look up what the Zor is. 1 second. For your gilded bot. I'm not sure what you mean by gilded bot there. Yeah, I would say when it deletes a message and you're posting a link to something unprompted, don't just do the dot to let the link go through. As a brand new viewer to a stream, it does seem a little spammy. Like, it seems kind of like really spammy. Right? Make yourself part of a community before you spam a URL you're working on. You could just say that you're working on a gilded bot, right? Why did we need the link? It's fine, I'm just letting you know. But man, you're definitely triggering a bunch of the spam detectors in my brain right now. All right, lack of a follow. You've only done, what, 3 messages or whatever here in chat? 5? You know, it's not good. Orange flags. Yeah. Right? Warning. Danger, Will Robinson. That was a solid thump, for sure. So yeah, Weeb, I would encourage you to just chat to us like we're people without the links. I'm curious about like how you're building that out. If you want to chat about that, feel free. Let's discuss it. No, I don't have a starter guide whatsoever there, Redux. It's not something I would ever do, and it's not something I would recommend. I'm sure it's possible. But yeah, writing web components from scratch sucks. I would massively push back on your boss, the CTO, and say, can I at least use a framework for generating web components? And don't frame it as a framework. Frame it as a builder or a, you know, like something. Yeah, no worries there, Coda Blue. I actually really do need your help because I'm out of my element here with the OCaml. I'd love it if Dylan Mulroy would just fall out of the sky and help us with this. But we can do it. We got this. It's not that hard. We'll make it happen. Honestly, it's just another language. It's just different syntax. So we got this. It's fine. Yeah, enjoy the Mavs game. Does that mean they're in the playoffs right now? Right? This is... Right? Mavericks. That's... Are NBA Finals going right now? Because this seems really late for the NBA. Like this time of year. I thought NBA was finished by like April usually. Oh, that makes sense there, Weeb. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Conference finals. Okay, so like the finals happen the next series, basically, right? Am I off base in thinking that going into June for the NBA is super late? I could have sworn I remembered NBA being finished by April. June is usually the NBA Finals? Has it always been that way? I don't remember that whatsoever from like when I actually followed the NBA in the 90s. Regular season is April. Oh, okay. Yeah, I must have just mixed that up in my brain. Yeah. I haven't followed the NBA for years. Like, I'm talking like 25 years. I love playing basketball. I just happen to only be 5'5". Almost 5'6". Yeah, I'd toy with those because they generate components for you. Yes, I would recommend trying to use lit-HTML or Stencil.js and wiring those up to something like, you know, Storybook or whatever to prove out the components as you're building out parts of the UI, etc. You know? Things like that. Oh, so Weeb, you only have to do use client when you're using Next. It's not just React. So keep that in mind. Use client is a Next.js specific thing, not React. If you're just building a React dashboard, you'll never worry about that because it's all client anyway. The half is very important. No, yeah, no worries there, Weeb. Yeah, the use client stuff versus use, like, it's not use server, but like server versus use client. That is a Next.js specific issue. If you're just doing like a Vite built React application, you'll never see that error. And I actually have problems with all the like use directives. I'm not a big fan. So Weeb, it depends on the web app and how they're resolving state before it renders. Oh, we definitely did Bedtime Bear, and we're gonna be doing it on June 8th and 9th. I think it'll take at least 2 days to go through my tabs. So yeah, if it's not apparent from my rhetoric so far, what I'm getting at is I think Next.js is solving an edge case, but people use it for the common case. And that's a problem. What's the problem with building web components from scratch? It's a bad developer experience. I'm not going to say it's risky. I don't even think it's difficult. It's just annoying. For a dashboard application, you're fine. But better dashboard applications that have multiple routes do per route bundling so that if you never load that route, you never download those assets. Per route bundling is fundamentally important to a good user experience for an application. If your CTO doesn't care about that, he's a bad CTO, but you can't change that. Your CTO is basically sacrificing every single bit of developer experience for you just because he has some weird fucking kinks, you know? And yes, I am kink shaming your CTO at this point. Your CTO doesn't give a shit about you and your developer experience. That's the best way of phrasing that. Yeah, so we're not sure there, Weeb, right? Like, we don't know if Tailwind would be allowed or not. We're not sure. No idea. Right? There's so much stuff that's up in the air because their CTO has unrealistic expectations of web dev. Ooh, hold up. So here's one more thing. It is somewhat like a framework, but it's not a framework. CVA. So, right, class variance authority. Oh, and this is a huge part of why I don't like Next.js applications. That should have resolved to something, personally. If I click getting started, that should resolve somewhere. The fact that getting started here as a route has no default state, that is such a broken experience. Why couldn't that just automatically resolve to the route that makes the most sense as the default, right? The first one in that list. That's a terrible fucking user experience. It's so easy. Make this actually clickable instead of a dropdown. Make that actually navigable, and it just defaults to installation at the router level if you have to. Like, this is just, I don't know. I really don't like that. Those kinds of, like, subpaths should have some kind of sensible default, and it redirects you. Right? At the bare minimum, the getting started page.tsx or whatever should just redirect you to installation. Bim, bam, boom. But file-based routing makes that so much harder than it should be. So this is actually, this doc site is a victim of file-based routing. Right? Config-based routing? It's really easy, actually. Every Angular app I've ever written, I can just simply have a default route for the top level route. Like, it's so fucking easy. React Router allows me to do the same damn thing. So this is a file-based router problem. It's like 2 lines of config to make that redirect to the proper, like, subroute. In a config-based route. No, so the same thing. In Svelte, you do the exact same thing. Because Svelte doesn't have any concept of a default route either, unless you define it. So you have the same issue with any route-based, like any file-based routing. So, sorry, not Svelte, but Svelte Kit has the same exact problem. Anything that relies upon file-based routing doesn't fall back properly. That's what I'm getting at. And yeah, what you up to, Akira? Ooh, so Redux Saga. The best way to think about this is with Angular, when you define a route module, right? When you define a module with routing tied to it, per route bundling basically says, well, for this route, what assets do I need? And it'll bundle those into a bundle.js. But global stuff will be bundled to a separate thing. Now, we do. I'm not sure what the deal is. Like, dude, yeah, sorry, Akira. I don't use, like, stream elements anymore, but... Dude, Vappy is fucking blowing it lately. Let's try this one real quick.
Thanks for the support.
Dude, Vappy is so fucking broken right now. Yeah, like, dude.
Thanks for the support.
I don't know what they changed, but they broke things, man. And at some point, I'm gonna give up and just wire up these things together myself. I'm just gonna do it myself, right? So Vappy might have just lost a customer. I'll run these models locally if I have to. Fuck it. Vappy may have, like, totally lost a customer and a supporter at this point. Because they've been fucking up for, like, 3 days now. They're just so finicky about names that they'll actually, like, acknowledge. But anyway, hold on. Let me make sure we're discussing. So yeah, what I'm getting at there, Redux Saga, is look up the definition of per-route bundling. It's something that React Router does for you. It's something that Angular and their router does for you. And it is fundamentally tied to the build tool based upon things, but it is so important. But here's the biggest thing. I would say try and get familiar with class variance authority for styling stuff. It's really, really useful. Right? When you consider you define the styles you want to define for something, like a button, the variants you might have are primary or secondary. The size might be some other stuff. And these are all like Tailwind classes that are decided based upon what you pass to this button function. So it will allow you to have consistent styling across your application. So if you want to build a design system, CVA is one of the best ways to do so. I would say ask your CTO if he's okay with something like that. And if he says no, I'll simply say I hate your CTO. Mainly because it seems like your CTO hates you. He thinks you are replaceable at this point. That's a bad CTO. Bad CTO. Bad. Bad. Right? Boop him on the nose. Bad. If he keeps acting up, get a newspaper. Where do you even buy a newspaper these days, actually? Huh. Rolled Up magazine? That'll work too. Yeah, I was gonna say, he sounds like a boomer. Right? Old timer for sure. Oh, these kids and their dang frameworks. Huh. Right? Like, dude, yeah. Bad CTO. Bad. Right, in this day and age, in this economy, why wouldn't you just look that shit up on your phone? Alan, oh man, the thing is, Redux Saga's CTO might be that kind of person that buys those things. Why would I get tabloid stuff from my phone when I could buy it at the store? If I want to know about aliens, I'll buy it in the fucking grocery line, okay? Yeah. No, being an old timer is not an excuse for any of that behavior. It actually just means that they're a Luddite. They learned one thing and they don't want to learn anything else. You would never, ever, ever want to go to a doctor that did that. Ever. Right? Well, I went to medical school 20 years ago. Why do I need to learn anything new? Huh. Right? Back in my day, like, dude, that's the worst fucking doctor you'll ever see, and you want to get a brand new doctor. No, I see that, Guido. Yeah, you didn't need to paste it twice. What value does CVA have? I think at the end of the day, Guido, SCSS is on its way out. Oh, wait, you can edit a message? That's a thing? Huh, I didn't know that. So yeah, like @apply with SCSS is super fucking old school, right? Using SCSS is actually really old school at this point. Instead, you should probably be using PostCSS. Now, you can get a lot of that stuff from PostCSS, but why not just use Tailwind? So I would say, technically, they solve the same problem, Guido, for sure, right? CVA and PostCSS style stuff solves the same problem that the SCSS problem solved too. I think instead, if you're using SCSS to compose classes like that are Tailwind based, you're kind of mixing and matching things that aren't ideal. Right? You're actually increasing specificity by using an SCSS apply for that. You know? Yeah, SCSS is old school. SCSS is legacy at this point. Now, you can get an @apply with SCSS, right? Oh, dude, yeah, no worries, Samir. Yeah, for sure, man. No, and I hope I didn't seem, like, combative in the way I was replying to what you were saying. Like, nah, man, I totally get what you're saying. I was up till 5 a.m. last night. You had me replying when I probably should have been doing more work instead. Like video editing, etc. If you see the pinned message above, that's what I was editing when I replied to you. So yeah, like, I get it. I think affordances are one of the most important things we can do UX-wise. Right? Have you ever, like, tried to walk into a building and you weren't sure if the door was a push or a pull because they used a handle that didn't actually indicate what it was? Right? Because they were lazy and they mass-produced those doors and they just used the same one on the opposite side, right? The Norman door or whatever, right? Just the worst handle ever. It doesn't tell you whether it's a push or a pull, so you have to put a sign on it that says push or pull. That's bad design. That is really, really bad design if you're not actually using affordances properly. And that's a thing on the web too. So that's why I think making a button behave like a button and not using on mouse down is actually massively important for forms and things like that. Now, Theo had a really good point that, yeah, when you click a tab, now it's on mouse down with your tabs, but tabs already have like an inherent dragability thing that is counter to how we expect form buttons to work. So with your demo, I think it breaks how we expect a form button to work. And in the same way, like a link to some other thing, if I click it and drag around, it doesn't send me to that page. I can click it and drag it around however I want, and then let it go and nothing happens. That is an affordance that the web has given us that people are used to, and when you break that affordance, you actually break user experience. If you were to make a navigation element like this, like a hyperlink, navigate on down or on mouse down, you are breaking people's fundamental understanding of how the web should work. So, right, when it comes to making delightful experiences, that's basically coming down to like, yeah, I've heard print designers say things about delightful or beautiful UIs that have terrible user experiences. When I hear delightful, I'm actually like that dog that shows like the Vietnam pictures behind him. When I hear delightful, I actually think about the worst fucking UX I've ever had. Delightful is pretty. Delightful is ephemeral and bullshitty. Make it usable. Good usability is invisible. You're not aware that it's a good user experience because it works the way you expected it to. Delightful is, it took my attention away from the thing I was actually trying to do. Yeah, flashy, bullshitty, you know? Fashion over function, right? Style over substance. So that's where I push back on the idea of delightful. So I hope that's where, like, you know, whatever rant tweet I did, I didn't reread it this morning. I probably should have. I think that's what I was getting at in that tweet. No, like, that's where it goes too far. I think VC is important and useful. And I'd love to get some of that sweet, sweet VC money for some projects at some point. What I'm getting at is, even VC-backed businesses understand the use case for usable over pretty. I do recognize that some of the most important projects I've ever worked on, like especially back when I was at an agency, were actually taking things like PeopleSoft or Salesforce or whatever and building a more usable facade in front of them. A thing that proxied to their databases and storage and forms and bullshit, but it made a more usable interface. I'm not just saying prettier, I'm saying the forms worked better with less clicks, etc. Those were some of the most impactful and useful projects I've ever worked on. Things that just proxied things with terrible user experiences. So yeah, anyway. I'm not trying to, like, naysay what Theo chatted about. Like, I didn't even watch his video. I don't watch tech videos in general, which means I'm the worst person to make tech videos. But I still do it. So there is that. And I agree that Theo pointed out, like, click a tab and drag it. Like, yeah, he's right. But tabs are a totally different user expectation, a total, like, different affordance compared to form buttons. The form button functionality I'm talking about has existed in Windows and UIs since those things were invented, right? Right? You look at any form in Windows, when you click it and drag away, it doesn't submit the button, right? It doesn't submit the form you're on. That's a fundamental user experience that dates back 30 to 40 years. Now, I will point out that if we just did things the way they were back then we'd be playing really terrible first-person shooters right now. So there is room to change the paradigm, but you need a really good reason to do so. Could you imagine if every first-person shooter worked the way GoldenEye did? That shit would suck. No one would play those games. So at some point, someone needs to change things, but it needs to be really, really obvious why. And it needs to be intuitive. So breaking expectations needs to have really good reasons. So Steel Toad, yes, don't make me think. That's actually, I think, I don't know, I haven't read it, but I'm willing to bet Steve Krug at least hits on the topic of what affordances are. And affordances are one of the most applicable things for designing user interfaces that we can think about, right? What is the user's expectation of how this thing works? You can change that over time, but you're not going to do it in your ad hoc 20 user application. I actually do want to do some Jackbox tonight, Akira. Yeah, I think it'd be fun. I'll send some messages to people. We'll see what people say. Who here wants to play some Jackbox games later over on Gaming Stream? I think we're going to have to establish a proper cadence. I don't know if I want to do it every Friday. We can do it this Friday, but at some point I want to establish like an every other Friday kind of cadence, just to make it actually sustainable. I think that was a problem that Alt F4 Stream even had. The fact that they did it every Friday meant that it took their Fridays away from them. And I think that was why they ended up stopping them, when instead if they had like an every other Friday cadence, they might still be going. I don't know for sure, but that's the thought. Do I have a dinner plan tonight? I don't. I do probably need to eat some crackers or something just to soak up some of this whiskey. Okay, yes. So Samir, what you're getting at is someone else mentioned that, like Carmack pointed that out, right? So for something like a page navigation, sure, the undo might be navigating back, but making a user do extra clicks is often a bad experience too. So yeah, what am I doing for dinner tonight? I don't know. I've done salmon and crackers, like these crackers, the past 2 nights. I might just go get some shit food from KFC. Or just cook some shit food here. Like, I got fried stuff I can do. All right, my bot's down. All right. And yeah, I mean, let me point out, I don't think Theo took offense. Right? So, agreeing or disagreeing with me isn't going to upset Theo. As far as I know, he and I have a good, like, mutual respect. We can differ in opinion, and that's totally okay. All right. So I'm thinking OCaml is going to be maybe the last SDK we get to, like, refactor tonight. How do we do a bitwise XOR in OCaml? And yeah, sorry, just to continue a bit of like the thought and rant that I had in my head. My favorite Theo interactions are typically like at conferences where like he's like a presenter and we're just hanging out with all the other like presenters and just chilling. I've had really good fun conversations with him there. Like, I look forward to them every time. He's a strongly opinionated person, as I am too. So obviously there's going to be frictions from time to time. I don't think that's friction that persists, you know? And we often agree on a bunch of stuff too. Yeah, exactly, Naughty Knitter. I think we're going to do that. So we'll do it tonight. We're going to take next Friday off. And then the Friday after that, I think I'm around for. Yeah, I mean, Atoda said, like, I should definitely hit him up next time we do it. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely going to hit him up tonight. Again, it's a holiday weekend, so he might be busy. Wheel pickers should be used more. Wait, what? What are those? Yeah, I think that's fine, Akira. For sure. Yeah, it's Memorial Day here in the US. Yep. Or technically Monday is, but yeah. So I guess we want to do LXOR. Ooh, and then, yeah. So Cinder. I'm not actually talking at render ATL. I just did like the tweets I was like required to do. I'll do at least another here like next week. But I think hold on, I hit up Worm and mentioned it. Let me double check. Yeah, I was thinking maybe we'd meet up on that Monday, right? June 10th. So I was planning on flying in that day at a time that gets me to my hotel like somewhere around like 3 p.m. And then if we want to get like a dinner or like an afternoon thing, we could do that. We could also do like a lunch on the 11th. But honestly, I'd rather like hang out and have a proper dinner on the Monday. He's off on the Monday? Okay, cool. Yeah, he wasn't sure about his schedule when we chatted. Or when I messaged him. I would say, like, feel free and invite James, too. Like, you know, if I forget or whatever. I know James is a bit farther away, so it's totally fine if he, you know, can't make it. Especially with the kids and all that stuff, but... I could even give James, like, the extra VIP ticket I get to render ATL, if he's interested in tech stuff. But yeah, I plan on like covering dinner that night. So wherever you guys want to go eat, you know, within reason. Like we're not gonna go to some place that requires a tie. I'm not that rich, but happy to buy a dinner at like a nice restaurant, like nice-ish restaurant. No, I'm not that cheap. Come on. I'm just saying nowhere that has a dress code. Because I'm not made of money. Yeah, right? I don't sneeze $100 bills, you know? I don't poop gold. Like, I don't know. I'm just making it up now. But yeah, that'll be my my birthday present to Worm. Yeah, if I did, people would want to know. Yeah, exactly. I ain't got time for that. And nobody got time for that. Sicario. I'm not made of money. Come on. But if you are in ATL and you're hanging out, like, are you planning on going to render ATL at all? It's kind of spendy, like, so I understand if not. I would love to meet up, though, at some point. And don't tell the render ATL people. Okay, after party stuff? Yeah, makes sense. I was gonna say, don't tell the render ATL people, but I'd be happy to meet up during the day. Because I don't actually care that much about seeing the talks in person. I love the hallway track. I love hanging out and chatting with people. I'm flying to Atlanta from Seattle, so there's like a 3-hour time difference there. To make it to a conference at 9 a.m., that's 6 a.m. my time. That shit ain't happening. Like, nah. Unless I'm giving a presentation myself, nah, that shit ain't happening. I'll be there at the crack of noon. Which is still 9 a.m. for me. But the best part is, when you fly out to a place on the East Coast from Seattle, it means you can party way later. I can party till 5 a.m. East Coast time, because that's only 2 for me. So yeah, right? Party animal vibes? That shit happens. Junhua, if you're out there, they know what I'm talking about. All right, so what we got to look up is how to convert a char to an int. Char.code. Yeah, I can do that. Or not. Oh, it's probably... something like that. There we go. I forget, the pipe operator. Yep. All right. So then from there, we would do something like... we want to multiply it by the prime value. What up, Jampoon? Been a long time. How you doing? Yeah. Oh, camel, my camel. Yeah, good to see you after a super long time. Ooh, and Cinder, hold on. Yeah, do you want to join us for Jackbox Games tonight? When will I use AI for my code writing? The only AI I'm using is Tab 9 right now, and it's pretty good. I used Cody by SourceGraph at one point, but SourceGraph kind of burned me a bit. I don't want to dig into it. I don't like holding grudges that much, so I'm willing to, like, forgive at some point. But not yet. So yeah, currently I'm using tab 9. And it's alright. It's not bad. It's AI code completion. I believe tab 9 is eventually shipping some kind of like chatbot thing. Right now, I just do code completion. I don't want to like chat. Oh, no worries, Cinder. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you know, if we're playing Jackbox games, you're more than welcome to join. Yeah, I don't actually care about the chatbot portion of things. I did use SourceGraph Cody, and it pointed out how to fix a time zones like based bug at one point, and that was really nice. The solution was not what I would have expected, but it works. It passes every test we have. So that was really cool. But that said, like, I still haven't forgiven SourceGraph yet. I will eventually. Today is not that day. Now hold on. Wait. I don't think we even need bytes here. I think we can pipe everything. I have not used Codium yet, so I don't know. It would be int.mul. And then the value we want to do it by is fnv32 prime. All right, so we still have an error here, and we can fix that. Let me double check just some other stuff. Dude, PJ Metz is good. Hold up. I think this is important. Hold on, that's not what I wanted. Here we go. 24-year-old SRE after a month with the pager because everyone else got laid off. Hold on. A time lapse of their daily stand-ups. Nailed it? Nailed it. Nailed it. Let's just double check I'm not missing nothing. All right. Yeah, we're good. All right, so for new viewers here today that didn't see what hoodie I'm wearing today, here we are debugging some OCaml. Might steal the Declaration of Independence. Never know. This might be my best hoodie. And it's incognito. You just don't know, right? As I'm sitting here just chatting at you, you'd never know that you're being watched. My eyes are down here. Oh my God. Oh, the joke. My eyes are down here. Oh, shit. Alright, I'm sorry. That was too good of a joke. Wow. I haven't made that joke before. I'm really proud of that one now. My eyes are down here. Alright. Take it easy. You're on 3rd Street. Alright, so yeah, we multiply that. We do it by the basis. We should get a number that makes sense. From here, oh, I'm sorry, like, yeah, code just doesn't work in Twitch chat very well. I'm curious what you're trying to get at, though. Like, are you saying I'm fucking up? Or am I on the right track? I think I'm totally on the right track, man. Ooh. So now I want to do a modulo. Or is it just mod? Oh, I think it's just mod. Oh, hold up. I think mod is the wrong key. No, so in OCaml, mod is a thing. All right, so OCaml people out there, what am I doing wrong? Ooh, and you know what? I think we're at a point where we call it good. I see Jacob MG Evans just started up the hosting of Code and Life, and I haven't joined a Code and Life for a while. So for people trying to join the Jackbox games, I'm thinking we're like an hour-ish away, maybe hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, that kind of thing. Because I kind of want to go hop into Jacob MG Evans' Code and Life. Now, are there any... Oh, and actually, I think I prefer this that way. I think it's easier to read. OCaml format hates it, though. So yeah, any OCaml people out there? See what we're obviously doing wrong? Oh no, I was thinking we would listen and actually participate on this stream, and maybe we just chill for a bit. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'm gonna go turn on the deep fryer. And I'm just gonna like cook up some chicken. Yeah. If there are any OCaml people out there that want to push back on what we could fix for this, right? Magster, I think you were one of them, right? Does mod need a capital M? I don't think it does. From what I saw, mod is totally fine. Because float.mod does not exist. Yeah, I don't know. But give me a second. I need to pour some more water. I need to use the restroom. I need to turn on the deep fryer. I was thinking about going and getting some KFC. We don't need that. I got a deep fryer. I got chicken I can cook. We'll just eat that. And tomorrow I can finish off my smoked salmon. Because I don't like leaving it more than like a day or two after pulling it out of the package. So yeah, I'm gonna wait to launch up Code in Life right now. I'm gonna go pee. BRB. Pour some more water, get the fryer turned on. And yeah, I think we're good. BRB, see you in a sec. Alrighty, Fryer is on. Let's pause the music. It's good stuff. We're going to go chat with Jacob M.G. Evans on Code and Life. Pause the music. It's good stuff. I was hearing myself and I don't like it. There we go. Right, I don't hear me. And that's a bonus. All right, there we go. Yeah, let's go chat with Jacob and everyone else.
It's still under experimental, but I feel like by the time we get to that stage, it's probably going to be stabilized, and then builds will go from like 10 minutes to like 3 minutes at best, which will be nice.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, the thing is, me and John Cooperman try to get the docks built on Astro like almost 2 years ago when they did like that whole Hugo overhaul, right? Rogue and used his own stuff to rebuild it. Just did his own thing. And so you basically have this whole tech stack around like what this guy likes to use and what he built for himself, and that was not ideal. The other thing, the other thing was
right. Volume should be better.
I was advocating for turbo repo because of like people complaining about all these like static assets that constantly had to rebuild and whatnot, and I was just like, why don't we just cache them? Like, why don't we just cache that somewhere?
I mean, if you saw the current local dev setup, you might get a bit upset. So like, it runs Hugo and Vite or Vite, however it's pronounced, concurrently. So Hugo is always building to the public directory, and then Vite watches the public directory to bundle it.
Oh my god.
So as you can imagine, like the build times and like you change one file and you get like 500 page reload logs. It's fun. Build time took a bit of a hit there, where so you move from super fast to Go. Might not be nicest to write, but Hugo's very quick. I'm kind of looking forward to Roll Down. Obviously, I think that's probably going to be like a major release or two away. But see if the Rust part of Roll Up is blazingly fast, as I'm sure they're advertising it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think like 90% of the problem would go away if everybody stopped in Cloudflare, stopped trying to over fucking engineer everything, and just use Astro and Turbo Repo and just like got the benefits of literally a project built for this kind of shit and caching. just caching. Like I like Turbo Repo, great for mono repos. I also just use it for like regular ass repos when I just want to use caching and I don't want to build out caching myself.
When I was looking at when I was looking at Starlight, for example, part of me was like,
I wanted to make a joke about Basil. Cloudflare heard you, and they're doing everything with Basil.
Yeah, let's like remove half the stuff in the repo so I have less work to do. It's like that's a good thing because there's so much stuff in the Copper Doc site where it's like the CSS in there. It's just half it's probably duplicate. It's like there's like one append over CSS file. It's like home.css. It's 3,000 something lines. I guarantee you half it's probably duplicate or not necessary anymore. But like there's no like page CSS or anything. It's just there. It's just like there's so many wins here and there where if you wanted to just fix the CSS of the Hugo site, it'd probably take you just as long as moving it to like Starlight and Tailwind and Astra. Like that'd be quite an easy move comparatively.
Can I take a left turn here on the topic? Which is, I'm so excited that Twitter finally fucking told me that you're hosting this so I could join it. Because apparently you've been hosting it every single week consistently. And this is the first time I got a push notification. I was driving home and I was like, holy shit. And so I get home and I'm like, yeah, code and life.
My guess is because I don't have that awesome blue check mark, and Elon is absolutely prejudiced against people who don't pay to use the service.
I don't know what you did today to make him happy, but he decided to hit the push notification button for your stream.
Yeah, I was talking shit in his threads, that like some of his threads about, he keeps asking like which is better, Twitter, the name Twitter, or X, and like everybody just keeps shitting on.
No. That post was obnoxious looking. It was so embarrassing for him.
He's done it more than once. That's the hilarious part. And every single time he just gets dunked on, and it's like you'd think he'd get the hint, but paranoid delusions don't really get hints. So yeah, we're gonna continue with the very strange narcissistic choice of changing the name of the company that is probably equivalent to a home name brand to
Dude, somebody
X.
no. Somebody I was at alright, so I went to a meetup last night. I went to the Bleeding Edge JavaScript meetup in Austin. They hosted it at the Expedia Group office. And Ben Lesh was talking about push and pull as concepts in programming in general. And that was nice. But what wasn't nice was some motherfucker was like, I was like, yeah, are you on Twitter? And they're like, sorry, do you mean X? Like dead serious. And I didn't like, okay, I did react. I made it.
Yeah, I mean, I would have made so much fun of that person.
I mean, the answer to their question is, oh, sorry.
No, go.
I was going to say the answer to their question is no, I meant Twitter.
Yeah.
I think I said that, but I was
also, like, what the fuck else would I mean?
No, he said X. He was like, do you mean
X?
Right,
but what the fuck else would, like, if I said, hey, on Twitter, and the person goes, do you mean X? What the fuck else am I talking about then?
Dude, anytime somebody communicates with me at that level
we're on the same page, you pretentious prick.
I love
it. We're literally on the same page. You wouldn't be able to ask me that question if you didn't already know the answer to it, you rhetorical asshole.
Jacob, I love you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. You're an idiot.
Can I chime in ridiculously? Oh, please, man, I cut myself. Let me grab a Band-Aid. Do you mean adhesive bandage?
No. Even better, sticky gauze? Sticky strips of gauze? Is that what you meant, Chris? Sticky gauze?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just making sure. Because apparently we ask stupid questions to very apparent household names.
Sorry, not to like go medical here, but anybody else surround themselves with nurses sometimes, like as friends, and they fucking tell you what the chemical name of medication is, and they like correct you? Have anybody had that experience before?
That's naproxen, not Aleve. Thank you very much.
Tylenol? You mean acetaminophen, right?
Yes. Yeah, you mean acetaminophen. Yeah.
This is universal.
Aspirin actually has a specific plant that it's derived from. If you don't know that, then you don't know anything.
Oh my god. Oh.
These are the people you're surrounded by, Jess.
Not anymore. I left.
No, you're in a room full of them still.
Oh my god.
Ooh, 4-wheel. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Next time I see that sounds rough.
All right.
Tylenol?
That was my rant.
You mean acetaminophen, right?
We can get back to talking about Hugo and Veet and stuff. I was proud of you, Keanu. You said Veet once. 2 Vites, but 1 Veet, so that's 33%.
I don't know which one it is.
It's Veet. It's Veet. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely Vite.
Jacob, you're fucking...
Ignore
Ignore
Jess. Alright, well, let's start more drama. Is it Nginx or Nginx?
It's Nginx. We all know it.
So Engine X.
Fuck's sake.
Now, do you say Damon or Demon?
I just say demon just because they haunt me. But yeah.
My favorite version of all this is Nodemon. In the README,
Nodemon,
they even say it could be
yeah.
no demon, it could be Nodemon, it could be whatever you want. All
love
are
that one.
correct.
If someone
I
calls
love
it
they're
no
just like,
demon, I don't know how
whatever
I
you
can
want to
handle
call it, whatever you want to call it, as long as you're using it, please just keep using it. Just
Yeah,
call it whatever you want.
He took the GIF approach. He was like, whatever. Let you guys fight about it. Leaves.
Okay, it's very clearly Engine X because it's Engine X, like a car engine, like a train engine. Engine X.
Dev, the point went over your
Engine
head.
X.
He missed. He missed
I
it.
love you, but the point is that we're all fucking around. You're correct. You're absolutely pedantically. You're absolutely correct.
I did once have someone say to me, "Post-Grease sequel."
Postgresquil?
Yeah,
Squeal?
so they separated the sequel, like they just removed the S off from Postgres and treated it as like a second word or second acronym.
Oh my
I guess.
god.
And it was
So it's now post squeal.
I hate it.
So I'm glad we're all having the same
Yeah,
Friday night right now.
I mean, every name in tech is convoluted and unclear to some degree or another. It's just a matter of fact.
Cloudflare. What does it mean? What's happening with the clouds? Are they flaring? Who knows?
Yeah, it's on
I don't know.
fire.
I made a theme internally. Well, I guess it's not technically
Squeal.
internal; it's kind of OSS. But I made a theme in Cloudflare, and I called it Solar Flare. And people were just like, "How'd you come up with that name?" I'm like, "It was very unoriginal and very little thought put into it. Believe me."
I'm fairly certain QuickEdit still uses it. I'm fairly certain it's still there.
Yeah. Yep. That's my. I made that.
Oh,
I
Keon,
made
you
that
work
theme.
there. I see. Keon, are you also Austin based? Where are you at?
I'm in England.
No.
Oh.
England.
Okay.
They have the London office.
Flip, what's up? Jacob, you should pressure Flip to come up.
Come up if you want.
Yeah, man, why is naming so hard? Trying to figure out a name for this thing I've been working on. It's impossible. I'm just also
No,
like
it's
in
not
general
impossible.
bad at. I'm also in
Describe it.
general
It's not-
bad at coming up with names.
Yeah, no. So the thing is, and if you ever were into music or like try to have a band or something, like it's the same concept. You don't try to come up with a name; the name comes to you. Okay, it's because people are always trying to be clever that they end up with these like mundane names or convoluted names. Like it's like, oh, they try to be super clever and now it's convoluted, or they try to make it simple and it's mundane. It's like that one bit of like inspiration when you just let it come to you. That one bit of inspiration usually has like a really cool name. That's usually when you end up with a cool name. That's why most people who have bands or whatever and they're serious about their band, they don't actually try to force the name. They just keep playing music under like either random names or they'll just use some sort of bullshit one for a while until they come up with until the inspiration hits, right? Until the muse comes to them.
Similarly, no band knows what genre they're part of. That's up to the fans to decide. Are we grindcore?
that's
Are
true.
we math rock? Are we, some type of weird metal? Right? I don't know.
If you think you're math rock, you're probably not math rock. Just throwing that out there.
My 511 time signature argues otherwise.
That if you are trying to be math rock, you probably are also not math rock, Chris. My 511 time signature. Chris is like, your audience decides your genre, and I'm like, you're probably not this, and he's like, I'm totally this.
No, I'm just having fun with it. Like, I think math rock is ridiculous and fun.
It's absolutely insane.
So, the fuck is math rock?
Oh, don't go down that rabbit hole.
Okay.
Yeah.
People who
Good,
heard
you
the
go down
term
that rabbit hole.
polyrhythm
It's-
and then went way too far with it.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
did you
It's
say
great music.
polyrhythm?
Yes.
Okay. We can stop.
Yeah.
We can stop at polyrhythm. That's
If you are interested, just look up Polyphia.
What are you making right now, Dev? What are you doing that you're trying to come up with a name? What is the thing?
Let me find.
I like
it.
how he pivoted around like the nope, we're done with math rock.
Somewhere in
It's
there.
over.
Do you want to
What are you
describe
making?
it?
Nicely done. That was solid.
The tweet describes it pretty well.
The tweet describes
All
it
right,
pretty well.
I have to step away. I gotta throw some chicken in the fryer. This is
Do you
important.
mean the exit?
Did you say the gzit?
I was like, I tried to think of the worst way
There.
to call it.
Yeah.
I love the dedication, Gabriel. Thank you. Gabriel's just like, yeah, push notifications finally worked, even though I visit Jacob's profile every time it's supposed to be Code and Life night.
Oh my god.
That's dedicated.
Where the fuck did you put it, Dev?
Should be up on the
In
header.
it's in the bulletin board. The big old jumbotron.
I'm
What is
trying to
this?
combine ideas from live view and server components and somewhat solid.js.
Why?
Wait, what was that?
This is a why, which is
Why?
a good question.
Oh,
The
because I thought it's
funsies?
cool. Yeah.
Funsies are good reasons. I love funsies. Okay.
What would be a not a counter use case for this? What would be a more realistic use case that you're thinking of?
So I originally came into the idea, or like had this idea. I was trying to build a pretty simple like coffee checkout thing, where you like go to a catalog, place an order for coffee, and then you're sitting there, you're just waiting for like it to be ready. And I was building this in Next.js, and once you placed an order for a coffee or whatever what it was, and you got to the order details page, you then like had to keep refreshing it to see like what the latest status is, right?
Like polling it or something, yeah, or some sort of streaming thing.
Yeah. So this, so I was just trying to kind of put WebSockets in there, and I came up with like a very minimal pattern to do it in Next.js.
Someone chimed in.
And then I kind of
Someone
went
chimed
on
in.
to
Wait, Sam Riffing. Isn't math rock when you
like
do
take this
geometry
use
while
server
playing
idea
Skinner?
where
To
you
which
can
I
just
replied,
reach into the
"Oh,
server with a
I
single
thought it was
directive
when
from
you
the
hold a
client, and thought, like,
protractor while
how can
listening
we
to
do
tool."
that with WebSockets? So, like, instead of reaching into an HTTP server, what if you could just like listen to a real-time resource without any of the extra
Please,
wiring
everyone
up
here
that
in
we have
chat,
to do with WebSockets?
chime in with your own version of it. Let's make it a chain, right? So one at
So
a
pretty
time.
much anything you would want to do real time,
Whoever wants to
you
go
can
first,
do it with this
do it,
pattern
right?
with a lot less
Oh,
code.
I thought it was,
Okay,
and then
so
something math related,
I'm
and then some band
understanding this
that is like
correctly,
rock.
You created a pattern in an existing meta framework Next.js where you can. Oh, sorry, did you? I'm trying to understand the code that you wrote that you're trying to find a name for.
We need
Like,
help.
is this
So
a
the-
pattern, or did you wrap us up?
This
with
is
a
meme
bow?
time.
Like,
You just
what-
call it
Meme
Socket
time, dream
TSX.
yeah.
Thought of that.
That's a. Oh, I just like your file name is called Socket TSX. Like.
Wait, is it?
Yeah.
I'm looking for. I'm hunting for it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah. Socket
Yeah.
TSX is actually kind of a great name. I'm not gonna lie. And Dev, you can just keep that name until perhaps you have a different product or an actual project that like you love.
I'm
Socket
sure.
TSX
I'm sure.
is adorable.
I'm sure Socket.io won't have any problems with that.
I think Guillermo would find it cute.
I mean, he
Okay.
probably
Have you run across any issues with it yet? Like any potential security issues or code leaking or anything like that between the essentially you have like sockets like streaming happening into your client from server actions. Is that accurate?
so the Next.js version, uh, uh, the thing that I have for Next.js, you cannot
Mhm.
actually write code that like runs on the real time stuff. You have to do that separately, because I don't have access to that like platform. Like that code doesn't actually run on the Next.js server. I have two different things, one for Next.js and one for like Solid Start, or like a framework where I can have like like access to the internals to the build process where I can do stuff. The tweet that I
Mhm.
posted is the second thing, the the Solid Start version.
Do you have a link to the GitHub repo so we can so I can see the code that you wrote that's wiring it up? Like, I assume it's middleware. If it works with multiple meta frameworks, you wrote some middleware pattern. Is that the gist of it?
So the code that I have, the first thing is that in this tweet, instead of use server, imagine like a different, I should have actually put something else. I shouldn't have put use server there. But in this pattern, like you would have a third directive, something like use socket. And
Yeah, so I knew
this
you were
is,
gonna fucking say that.
I knew
yeah,
it too.
this
Like
is code that gets bundled separately and deployed separately. Like this won't go into your Next.js server or your Solid Start server or Remix server, whatever that is. This is
Mm.
code that's
Okay.
bundled separately and would go to like, let's say, PartyKit or Durable Objects or just a standalone Node.js server. And
Yeah.
the use socket would just be a way to interact with it, without having to like wire up those WebSockets. So basically the same thing that server actions do, but like
Yeah.
socket actions, I guess. And from
honestly,
there,
Socket actions.
yeah, and
yeah,
instead of
socket
returning like
TSX.
normal, yeah,
Socket
socket TSX
TSX. I love it.
I might go
Keep
for
it.
that. Yeah,
Keep it. That's the name, Dev. Socket
nice.
TSX, and you can when you give a talk about this eventually, you can just link to that screenshot, and in the corner that's half cut off by the like crop, you can be like, this was the origin of the name. There's this small little
Perfect,
cropped out corner.
perfect. I'll make sure I'll give you credit on there on the slides.
It was Jacob, not me, but yeah,
I'll put both
I
of you
don't.
there.
Yeah, I don't care.
neither of us.
The the yeah, your hard work, your company. I made a random comment, and maybe it's a good name or not. I don't know. It's fine. Um the
I
thing
honestly
is
don't have
what's
enough effort and patience to make this into a company.
uh, uh open source then I guess. What the fuck you end up doing with it? Maybe one of the other products that use a lot of this type of technology will pick it up because I mean, um, like Party Kit and them at some point are probably going to want to do some layer to allow them to interact with UI more efficiently. So who knows, man.
It's cute. Once you explained it to me, I like it. I like it. I was a little bit like,
I don't hate it.
yeah, I was a little bit like,
I'm
why the
pretty
fuck
fucking
is it like coupled to a protocol? And I wasn't sure at what
yeah.
level you were operating at, but now I understand. Like, okay, it's a middleware pattern for multiple meta frameworks, allowing people to go between like the server actions thing that's becoming more and more popular, right, and prevalent, to a more streaming socket like persistent connection. Okay,
Yeah,
like I
Mm.
like it.
it's
This
yeah, it's pretty
blends.
much the same idea as use server, but applied to real time communication.
Yeah,
Like
it's cool. I like
instead
it.
of returning like standard objects, you could even return some like an observable or a signal, and you could just like listen to that on the client.
You're just using all the words. You're using all the words to get everybody excited. You're like observables, actions,
Oh,
Exactly.
no,
streaming.
those are legitimate use cases for they come very close with the stream, Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
The observables love the stream.
Get everybody excited. Get everybody on board.
So I just
But
want to say real quick, Dev,
No,
like,
no, Gabriel. No, Gabriel. No, no, absolutely not. No.
what?
I want to know. Jacob, what is it? What
No, it's in the
Okay.
comments. You can look at it if you
Yes,
want. Not read it
I'll
out
do.
loud.
I'll exactly. That's exactly what I'll do, Gabriel. That's exactly what I was thinking of.
I fucking hate both of you. I hate all of you. All right, what were you saying, Chris?
I was just gonna say, like, Dev, if you're gonna do something WebSocket focused, like, make sure you're looking at like async API for documenting things. As far as it's like the open API version of WebSocket communication.
Link. I want it. Show
It's
it.
just asyncapi.com.
Yeah,
AsyncAPI.com.
I've taken a look at this.
Is it a specification?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's like OpenAI, but
Oh.
for async stuff.
Yep.
Or not OpenAI, OpenAPI.
Yep.
Swagger. The thing is that like I'm taking the use server approach, which is like inherently like very very coupled. Like it's that this is the one
Oh, man.
consumer that can like call your server actions and nothing else can. There's no like specification there. But
Dev's basically. I'll just distill everything Dev is saying to. These rules are getting in my way, Chris. Why would I listen to them?
No, I get it, but for interoperability to other services, right? Like there are going to be other things you want to interact with and tie into.
We only need to make it work in one place, dog.
Important.
That's what it. We only need to make it work in one place, and that's the place I'm using it. I already answered for you, Dev. You don't have to say anything.
I fundamentally disagree. That's all.
That's Chris.
You know,
what you're saying. No, Chris, what you're saying sounds reasonable, and I honestly I can't get behind that.
Touche.
So there's this one ecosystem of people that's working very hard on like making everything interoperable. That's called UnJS, and I'm just like writing on everything that they're doing.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Okay, about a year and a half ago, maybe
my chicken's
2 years
done,
ago.
BRB.
So UnJS comes out of like Vue and Nuxt land, right? And me being one of the very few people in North America that is also close to that world, right? Almost actually every single person in core is either Europe or Asia. Every single person in Vue core. I think the same for Nuxt. And so the Nuxt core team made UnJS as part of their Nuxt 3 rewrite, right? Like I'm saying this, many of you probably already know this, but I'm saying it to the general group, right? So as part of the Nuxt 3 rewrite, they made UnJS to decouple a lot of the like core utilities that you would use when building a meta framework. This spawned Nitro, which is what Astro is on top of and what Solid Start's on top of. And also a shit ton of cool stuff that is now taking off in fucking our North American circles. And that makes me so happy that after preaching UnJS to fucking everybody, people are using it. I'm not the reason why, I'm just happy that I don't have to fucking scream it from the mountaintops anymore.
Oh, hell yeah.
People just use it.
I was so happy when I saw that they released Cross WS, which is like their version of this is one set of WebSocket hooks that will run on every single server platform out there. Go nuts.
Yep. I love it. I'm so happy, Dev. Thank you.
Also, OnStorage has basically replaced most database ORMs for like most of my hacking stuff. I just don't use databases anymore. I just pick up OnStorage and put in a file, throw it in a Versal KV, wherever. It's so nice.
I love it.
What? Are you just using free version of Versal for that?
I mean, it's for like most of hacking stuff, yeah.
Okay.
Like I try to go as long as I can without bringing in SQL, like SQL stuff. You already know my feelings on SQL, NoSQL, and UnStorage is just like the simplest thing you can do. Like it's literally just key value.
All right.
No squeal.
Did I miss anything?
we could have been really good friends when it came to
totally
NoSQL, like probably like
we're good.
4 years ago.
Wink.
But you had to meet me like a year after I was like very heavily burned by a bunch of NoSQL tools and did a 180, did a turn-coded.
Okay, I'm running away. I bought a sewing machine and I'm gonna get it out of my car and hopefully sew things.
Have fun?
I have bad memory. I have memories of it being difficult when I learned to sew. So I don't know. I bought scrap fabric to fuck up on a lot. So we'll
Yeah,
see
I
what
mean the
happens.
bonus is the sewing machine takes
I want to make
away
a
a lot
pun.
of the
Singer for the
difficulties of
year.
sewing.
I don't know. I don't know. I like the hands-on sewing is less of a pain in the ass, I think,
Yeah,
than the sewing
right.
machine. Because then the needle is like, fuck you, I'm gonna tangle up in myself, and then all of a sudden you're like, machines suck.
Yes, but there's also the fact that like sewing like millimeters apart from each other and then looping is not exactly an easy task to do with your fucking hands. So
It's true. It's true. You come up with a shittier results if you do it with your hands, but you're less angry as you do it. As you do it, you're like, I feel better about myself versus the sewing machine, which gives you better results, but you
yeah,
hate yourself while doing it.
right.
So
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna.
kick it, punch it, yell at it,
It's
all
too
kinds of fun
expensive to
things.
kick it and punch it, but yeah.
Oh,
Now that
well,
I have big
we
kid
had
money,
different experiences.
I got a nice tool because I have that problem where you get nice tools. You guys all have that problem, don't you? You like have
Mm,
to get good tools, good screwdrivers. Fuck.
I
All right.
mean, it depends on what it is and like how long I expect to be doing the thing. Like if I were to get power tools, probably would go with the DeWalt's or
You just walk by
Milwaukee's
the walls.
or
Yeah.
Makita's, one of those three. Just because like I know those brands are good. Um, you know, would I buy like a set of Snap-on wrenches? Probably not. Probably not. No. Probably Craftsman. Go with $100 and you get like
But
a
if you have
giant kit.
to, yeah. So I'm staring at a $400 sewing machine, which is not the most expensive one there. There was like a
Nope.
$1,200 sewing machine on
Nope.
the low end that
Yeah.
I
No.
walked by, and I was like,
No.
oh
You can
god,
go. You
no,
could go to like
no.
estate sales and garage sales and
Oh, and get the
find like the sewing machine that like my aunt just passed and she left me this sewing machine. You're like $50.
yeah. I could have done that. I absolutely could have done that, but I went to Joann's Fabrics and fucked that up. Yeah. I got a lot of bad looks from older ladies who didn't like how I was dressed. I got a lot of glares, or my tattoos probably.
Yeah.
'Cause it's Texas. I went to the so Jacob knows where this shit is. Do you know the fucking Joann's or Hobby Lobby mall in North Austin?
Yeah, I'm
Like
familiar.
there were so many fucking people there. It was so sketch. Like
That's weird.
I went by multiple trucks who were just like filled with garbage and lots of people who looked really jacked up. And I decided not to stop at the Taco Bell there or get
Yeah.
gas. Yeah.
I mean,
Anyway,
I generally try to stick in South Austin. That's
yeah. All right. Showing machine time. Thanks for hosting. Nice to see you guys. Bye.
later.
Later.
Yo, Sam,
So,
loved your Yakon talk. It was fantastic. It's probably the one of the very few times that the
oh
entire
shit, Sam!
thing. Yeah,
Bro!
he's been here a while.
Oh my god, I haven't been looking at my phone. Dude, I miss you. I miss React Miami.
I was
That was
just gonna
wild.
say, do you mean the talk or do you mean like the rant at the after whatever it was where he like totally big upped Laravel and Rails? Because that's the talk I'm familiar with.
That I don't remember.
Yeah.
It was big on
Oh,
Twitter.
Sam wants to come up and talk.
Anything that has Laravel in it, I just like mentally just ignore it.
No, Laravel. We don't need it. No, not bringing that here. What's up, Sam?
Rails?
Stop it, Nick.
I just want to point out, I remember chatting with Taz Singh, and he mentioned that one of his favorite things back in the day was recognizing how many different 503 or 500 like error pages a Rails application would show because of like the various middleware they had. And that was one of my favorite things that like I remember chatting with him about.
Oh man. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm getting pretty good at recognizing various framework errors based off of like framework errors and tool errors based off of like just being able to glance at the error code and the stack trace because of like all the clerk support that I've been doing lately. It's pretty wild because like I'll just like glance at it and be like, I know exactly what that problem is now. It's like so it's both a superpower and also my brain melting at the same time. Are you not able to speak, Sam? Your stuff broken? Are you on web? If you're on web, that can be it.
I'm on web. It's working fine.
Oh my god, it works on my machine. Dev, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be that guy.
Right, because I'm running a local version of Twitter.
Sam gave up. I don't know who this is. Who are you? Machine learning, computer vision, C++. Okay. 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 I haven't seen you commented yet. What do you want, Daniel? Why are you trying to come up here and speak? You got comment section down there. You can use that first.
I will throw this out there for people trying to speak for the first time. If you're on Brave, make sure you actually disable your ad blocking from Brave, because that was something I ran into a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Right? For Twitter specifically.
Daniel, you could ask a question in the comment section. You don't have to actually come up and speak to ask the question. What's up, Sam? Is your shit broken still?
Apparently not.
Oh, I think my mic was on.
Oh, there we go.
All right, you guys can hear me? What's going on, guys?
Welcome.
Good to see you guys again.
Yeah, your talk was amazing.
Oh, thanks, man. I didn't catch the end of your comment when you first said that.
Now, I was saying that your talk was probably one of 2 times that something like the whole concurrency model has really clicked for me. Like it's been around for I don't know how many years, but I don't know what the documentation or education around it has been like.
Yeah, well, it's funny because the concurrency stuff is one of the biggest complaints people actually have about use action state. But it does handle one case really, really well, and I try to show that off in the demo.
The errors?
It's not just the errors, it's the way it handles multiple requests. And you might have heard of people complaining about this, how it turns requests that maybe are running in parallel to being forced to run in serial. Have you heard about that?
Oh yeah, Adam Rakis cannot shut up about that.
Yeah, so there's this great library, and I've had this idea for making a demo in React to show this off, but in Ember, which I used to write in, there's this library called Ember Concurrency, and they had a similar kind of idea. It was a library, so it wasn't as deeply integrated into Ember as as transitions are into React. But it basically did a similar thing where it would handle kind of cancellations or cleanup if something ended early or stacked on top of it. It would handle those race conditions that I called out in my talk. But it had this thing called a task modifier. And a task was like the primitive. That was like the equivalent of like a transition in React. But the task modifier let you, the app developer, choose the concurrency that you wanted. So you could have something that could support, parallel requests. So if I just click like on tweets on Twitter, like those aren't really related. Like you should just fire those off and and get the response back as soon as they're done. And liking one tweet doesn't really affect me liking another, right? Or you could run them in parallel, which is kind of the example that Sebastian always calls out, where that's how use action state works today. Where if I click add to cart, check out, and I'm using use action state, React is going to force me. React is going to make sure to play those on top of each other so they happen in order that the user clicked them, which is cool because it's hard to do that yourself, but it's not always what you want. And there was like 2 or 3 more task modifiers that Ember Concurrency had that let you choose what the appropriate level of concurrency
I've
was
actually been a big fan of
for
Sans
a given part of your UI.
since
And so I
Ember
hope
days.
something like that comes to React transitions and the use action state hook.
Can I just jump in and say I've been a fan of your content since the Ember days, and it's
nice.
really cool to hear it mentioned again.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, the concurrency stuff sounds like a lightweight version of what Effect does with its threads runtime.
I haven't looked at Effect yet, actually. I also haven't looked at Signals. I keep hearing about Signals, and I've read about them on Twitter, and I started a podcast about them, but I just turned it off. So I don't really know what they are, but I also don't know what Effect is.
Get someone on your pod to talk about it.
The problem is I'm not really that interested in it.
That's fair. Have any of you been following the fine-grained reactivity discussion that's been going on for the last couple days?
Yeah, I've seen that. I usually if Dan says something, I just kind of defer to him with this stuff. I guess that doesn't really make me an independent thinker, but like I just don't really like care about the performance conversation. And I love React, so I haven't really taken time to look at that stuff yet. But I'm glad that there's lots of options, you know.
Here's one Dan tweet that kind of sums it up.
So I just want to say I do know that Dylan Mulroy out there is actually a big like Effect aficionado or fan. And Dylan, if you want to jump up and chat and let us know about it, that sounds cool. And I might have said the word Dan just like brain fart, but I mean Dylan. So.
Yeah. So Daniel, to answer your question real quick, which is how do you manage a startup and a personal job? If Theo wasn't here, he'd tell you don't. You generally, if you have a startup and it's doing well, or you think it, like you're confident in it, or you're really really passionate about it, he would say you should be going all in. That being said, I know there's plenty of people out there that try to do the safety net thing, and then you're just gonna get burnt out. So it's really up to you at that point. But yeah, there's no very really like special answer that people can give you there. Depends on your priorities. Dylan's not coming up. I think Dylan is. Or not.
He might have work to do. He's busy. I get it.
Yeah,
no worries.
Yeah, Sam, I didn't even know you were doing a talk at. Did you do a talk at React Miami? Is that what Dev was talking about? Is that the concurrency talk? Was that the Miami one?
No, I did a talk at I did do a talk at React Miami, but it was kind of like I was pretty busy, so it was kind of not as polished. But it was basically more or less a dry run of some of the ideas I was presenting at React Conf last week.
Oh, okay.
That was last week, right? I think it was last week. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so last week I did a talk about actions. I don't know if you've seen them yet, but like, did you watch the keynote with like Andrew's part of the keynote where he talked about async transitions?
No.
Okay, well, I basically did like a demo of that.
Hold on, Sergeant Pepper. What's an event bus
I'm aware
with a fancy
of these
API?
things. I didn't see the talks.
Yep.
Is that Effect? Is that what you're talking about?
So that's what. Yeah, it was last week's talk.
Gotcha.
So effect
Just a
just
little
seems
live
to me
coding,
like
it went well. Actually, I've done
RxJS.
live coding like a couple times, and
They
I
actually
was
seem the
thinking,
exact same to me.
it's funny because I really like doing it. I do it in my videos, and like I like coding and talking and stuff. Like I'm pretty comfortable with it. I've done it
Yeah.
at like meetups a million times, but I chose to do it at ReactConf. Um, I was going pretty early and like introducing a
So
big
effect is
topic,
signals.
and
Oh, you're talking about signals.
they
Sorry,
had us like
gotcha.
prep the talk early,
I was
and
gonna say
it's
like,
ReactConf.
wait,
It's like
effect
the
is
first one in a
signals
while
based,
too. They want to
and
make
then
sure it's good. You're not
RxJS
going
is
to screw up.
observables.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, I'm
Tomato,
going to do
tomato.
live coding talk, and then I realized I've never done a conference talk where I do live coding and nothing went wrong.
Yep.
So but
A
this
more
was the
type
first one
safe
where really
RxJS.
nothing went wrong. There was one little
Dang.
thing I forgot to say, but there was no bugs or anything. In Miami,
Dang.
there was some caching thing with Next that I didn't understand, and then like back in the day, I did like a D3 talk, and like something with my Ember code was messed up, but
That
this
was
time it
painful
went
to
pretty
watch.
well. Oh yeah, it was even more painful being up there, buddy.
Yeah, but I was like very happy to see that talk at React Miami, because look at the tweet that I just posted up here. This is from like over a year ago.
Data table. Oh yeah, exactly. Yep. And I didn't really, it's so funny because when it's just like YouTube where you make a video and you think you're going to do so much. But in the 20-minute talk, you can really only do like 10 or 20 lines of code. And I wanted to show like, you know, something like a Prisma table, and Prisma has great introspection. You can read the schema. And some people saw my React Miami thing and they were thinking it was about having like runtime generated forms. If you've ever worked at like a big company or like on a really complex thing, a lot of times people end up using like schema driven
Yeah,
UI
I've built
where
one of those.
yes,
It's
and that's
painful and fun.
yes, but that's not what I was talking about. The point of introspecting Prisma is not so that you can like generate UI on the fly. It's just so that you have an abstraction that understands more parts of your stack. When you start a new Rails app and you create a post, the form thing
Rails
knows
mentioned.
it's a post. It knows it has a title. It knows the title has to be a string of at least 5 characters, and they give you a little form component helper thing that does all that for you. We still don't really have anything like that in our frameworks.
Daniel Vaughn said, in my first and only tech talk, the projector failed, so I had to just describe the slides. That's rough.
That's awesome.
Yeah, generating UI components on the fly. Let's leave that to AI.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. But I'm going to try to talk. I'm actually going to Montana in 2 weeks and one more talk. It's like really conference season. It came out of nowhere. But
Yeah.
I'm going to Big Sky DevConf. I'm going to meet Mr. HTMX, which will be fun. And I'm speaking there, and I'm going to be
Nice.
talking a little bit more about the back end, front end stuff.
Yeah, I'm bummed I'm gonna miss that because render ATL is so quick after it. Like I
Yeah.
looked at maybe like the trains or whatever to get there, and it would be like kind of a nightmare to organize.
Yeah, nightmare. That's why I'm not going to render. I haven't been to render yet. I'd like to go sometime, but I'm not going to make it because of Big Sky.
Yeah, it'll be my first time, so I'm looking.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Nice, man.
I haven't been to render. I'm thinking about trying to go, but I'm not sure about it yet.
I think I have an extra VIP ticket if you want it. Just saying.
Oh, okay. I mean, I might be
Right.
able to sell that.
Is Clerk not sending people?
Don't know. Haven't really asked too much about that.
Jacob, how long you been a clerk?
Since December.
Oh, cool. How's it going?
It's all right. It's going all right.
My boy Derek works there.
Pixel janitor.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's doing stuff, man. Force of nature in the design UX area.
He's good. I've also worked with James before. James designed the site. We paid him to design the site of our old open source project, miragejs.com. That was a James N design.
Okay.
He's great, man.
Yeah, they have
I remember Mirage
like a superstar team
Yeah.
right now. It's no joke.
I actually met Colin too. Colin was in New York. We went and got brunch like a couple weeks ago. Pretty cool dude.
Yeah, yeah. I like the both the owners right now. Him and his brother are pretty
Yeah.
legit. They seem to balance each other out really well as well.
Hey, I have a question for you since you work there. So what are you doing there?
Developer experience engineer.
Got you. So something that always makes me skeptical about hosted auth solutions is that, like, hosted Stripe, I get, right? Because like you check out and you go to Stripe,
Sure.
and it happens like once.
Okay.
So if there's some latency, it's fine.
Sure.
Because like they're gonna buy your thing. Or like using hosted Vimeo, like you have to load the video, and so like going to the service is fine, right? But a hosted auth, like every URL in your app, every page basically needs the current user.
Okay.
So
what happens if clerk goes down? Is that what you're trying to get at?
not if clerk goes down, but just from the perspective of like, I love the idea of like adding a service, and then just having like the login box taken care of for you. You can add a provider by like clicking a tab. But like you're going to be authenticating, a site like Build UI, my site, you have to, every part of it needs to know if you're signed in and you have access to a course or not, even just for the header to show whether you're signed in or not, right?
Depends on how you architect it, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could show like a little skeleton or whatever, but I don't want to do that.
Yeah, you can have public pages and non-public pages. It all depends on what you're doing. But I get the gist of what you're asking. What's the main question?
The main question is like I guess the question is like it's more of a thought, and I'm working out the question, which is I like the idea of like delegating that stuff, but having to go to a service every time just to get the current user ID and validate it feels like it adds a lot of like latency at like a base, at like more of a root level than it does when you use something like Stripe for checkout. You know what I'm saying? Or one of these other kind of like one-off things, or like a job.
I almost want to chime in.
Yeah. So like, I wonder if anyone's asked about that, or you got what you guys kind of like, how you think about that.
Yeah. So I mean, like, if you think about it this way, the auth would work the same way if you built it yourself and called to your own server, wherever you're hosting that server, versus you use our service and you're calling our server, our endpoints. The only difference is we have entire engineering teams dedicated to improving performance and security, right? So, like, generally,
that part makes sense to me, but it's more about the fact that I'm going to be going to my backend anyways for my data, and in like a new Rails app that uses like Devise or whatever, the user is going to be on the same table in the same server as the rest of my data that I'm already going to, so I can get it. And
you could if you wanted to just like make faster queries to your the active user, that's like the active session, right? If you want to make faster queries to that particular user, you can sync or mirror the data with webhooks, with Clerk webhooks. So like when you create the user, there's like webhooks that you could actually sync that data to your database. So like
I see.
You can have like a Clerk ID associated with that user table, and just be able to make quicker queries to data, since you're already in your backend, like you said, which is close to your database.
Right.
And so like if you have specific things you want to put in on that user as well, you don't have to worry about like we do have user metadata. So like you can like add like extra data to a particular user. But that has limits because it's on the JWT, so it's like it could blow up your headers and like end up with like a really weird error that really fucks with people. They're like, what is this HTTP code? I've never seen it before. I'm like, it just means you exploded your headers.
Yeah, I always only do the user ID,
Mhm.
and then just look up all the other stuff. But it's more like we've had problems in the past where it's like we use this service for auth and this service for a CMS and this service for this other thing, and then your app makes a request and you're bouncing around all these services. And it's less of a problem on something like a checkout flow, which only happens once. People expect checkout to like take some time. It's like processing a credit card. But I was just curious if your all's customers like either mentioned that or you had like yeah, I don't know if that
No, I
ever
mean
comes up.
it's generally an expectation when you're buying into a SaaS that like you're going to have those extra requests happening.
Right. Right.
However, like at the same time, it's like we purposely try to mitigate say like unnecessary
Yeah, what I wonder
requests
is like, how does that work for like microservices?
like we'll try to prevent, and this is more a difficult because it's more of an education thing, but prevent people from writing code that will cause unnecessary requests. Like we'll get people who will try to do say like some clerk calls inside of like the Next.js middleware, which like the
Yeah.
Next.js middleware
Oh,
runs on
dude,
every
it got
single
super
request.
quiet. Yeah,
Right.
1 second.
And they don't know that. It's an
Right.
education problem for Next.js and for us.
I don't know
Right.
what
Right?
happened.
Because
My
they'll
mic
come
got
to us and be
super
like,
quiet.
"Hey, we hit
Yeah.
our rate limit," and I'll look at their code. I'm like, "Because you're making a fucking call every 5 seconds."
Right. Right.
Like
And
you
can you
can't.
even share? Can you even share it? Like the React cache that like shares
Right.
memory. Like
My mic should be better. It's still really
React
quiet.
cache lets you like
Shit.
share something for a duration of a request, right? So if I had like a
Yeah.
get current user function and it went to clerk and I wrapped it in React cache, I could call get current user all over the place in my server components, and it would only make one call. I wonder if that can even be shared in the middleware. I'm guessing it can't. I'm guessing it's a
I
different.
don't. Yeah, the middleware is technically server side.
Well, the server components are too, right?
Yes, but like React Cache, I believe, is like going to be delineated to like like wherever you're using it, right? Like the client side is if you are using React Cache and the client side, like
I've only ever used React cache for server components. It
I
lets
mean,
you
like
like.
there's it's
What up, James?
potentially
We are
something
on
you could do in the
a
middleware, I guess. Then.
Twitter space with
Mhm.
Jacob MG Evans.
I haven't
I'm a
tested
That's a
speaker
good
too, but
question.
I'm like
Yeah.
I'm chatting
I'm
with
actually
y'all
guessing it. I'm guessing it. Yeah,
while we do
I
it.
don't know. I'd have to
But yeah,
test
what's
it.
up, James?
Yeah.
Are you trying to
But,
hop into
I mean,
some?
if it works, then yes, that's something you could do. Ideally,
I do sound better. Cool.
You wouldn't
I would.
throw it in your
Do you want to
middleware
hop
because
into some
you
like
don't.
Jackbox
It's
games?
not the recommendation to just always
I
fetch it
like.
every
I got a
time.
new lens,
Right, because
Mr.
like
Halsey.
how I'm looking at it is
I got a new
most of the
lens that makes
time
this stuff look
with
way better now.
authentication and authorization, these are things that are like
It's
authentication
that
happens
Sigma
at
1.4,
the app
right?
state
16
level,
millimeter.
so having it in your middleware makes sense. Authorization
It is for a Sony
happens
mount,
more
but the
your,
Sigma is
like,
actually
more
like
Thanks
they
for the
make it
support.
for